T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
They want to hear the Thanksgiving song. All right. This is a Thanksgiving song. I hope you enjoy it. Love to eat turkey. Love to eat turkey. I love you. Love to eat turkey, 'cause it's good. Love to eat turkey like a good boy should, 'cause it's turkey to eat. So good. That clapping's messing my head up, man. I appreciate it, but I was trying to think of the next line. I'm like, all I hear is clapping. Here we go. Thanks anyways. Turkey for me, turkey for you. Let's eat the turkey in my big brown shoe. Love to eat the turkey at the table. I once saw a movie with Betty Grable. Eat that turkey all night long. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. Turkey lurkey do and turkey lurkey dap. I eat that turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to say dynamite. That's right. Turkey with gravy and cranberry. Can't believe the Mets traded Darryl Strawberry. Turkey for you and turkey for me. Can't believe Tyson gave that girl VD. White meat, dark meat, you just can't lose. I fell off my moped and I got a bruise. Turkey in the oven and the buns in the toaster. I'll never take down my Cheryl Teagues poster. Wrap the turkey up in aluminum foil. My brother likes to masturbate with baby oil. Turkey and sweet potato pie. Sammy Davis Jr. only had one eye. Oh, turkey for the girls and turkey for the boys. My favorite kind of pants are corduroys. Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle. I wish turkey only cost a nickel. Oh, I love turkey on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC. This is where we like to buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, I was off today. I've got so much racing through my head right now, guys. So I didn't get back into the computer last night to take a look at the data. Fortunately for you guys, for all of us. I couldn't sleep very well last night, so I got up and started working on the failure to deliver data, and came across some really interesting things. And this is going to be my first run through. I'm still kind of going through the data right now, so I can't even state to you that I've completed this. And I'm going to try and minimize this a little bit here so it's not as impactful on your poor eyes this morning. But I do apologize whenever I pull up an Excel spreadsheet. It usually is pretty much blinding. So let me pull this up onto the site on the screen here so I can show you guys a little bit of information on what I've uncovered so far. Very first off, I think the first thing I want to point out is this. A lot of people were suggesting that the QSIP number was inaccurate by some of the reports by individuals that were out there. What I want you to do, the very first thing I want you to do is to go into your brokerage account and verify the QSIP ID that you currently have. If you pull up a previous SEC document, an old document, the old QSIP number for AMC would have been 00165C104. This is as of, let's see here. What date is this one? May 13th of 2021. You may have had a QSIP number that would have been somewhere around there. Oh wait, that's not when this filed. This was filed. What is the date on this? No, that is right. Okay, this document's from May 13th, 2021. I want you to go in and verify in your information that indeed you do have the QSIP number of 00165C302 with your broker. If you don't, let's talk about it today. So come back and let me know. That's something that we need to verify, but I'm pretty sure this is the right QSIP ID based on the information that I pulled up. That is the current one. I don't even have the page pulled up anymore. Where did I? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Well, I had the page pulled up with the QSIP ID on there. And I don't have it now. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it back up again. Let's see here. Well, it's not showing it here. Maybe this one. No, it's not showing it either. Interesting. I pulled it up on the internet a little bit ago. Son of a gun. This is not going smoothly already. Let's see here. So if you pull up QSIP number, here we go. Maybe. Come on, you can do it. So, this is what I pulled up earlier. If you went to the Options Clearing Corporation from back in August, and you pull up one of those documents, there it is. I don't know why I closed it out. For some reason or another, I decided to close this out instead of keeping it open. But you can see on here where it talks about the QSIP ID is 00165C302. This would have been for the AMC shares that were converting and reverse splitting. So that's the very first thing that I want you to go check, is to basically make sure QSIP ID that you have right now with your brokerage is this 00165C302. If you don't have that QSIP ID, then there may be something wrong. And we'll talk about that. If you don't have that, that's something we're going to need to kind of identify and probably speak with your broker about as to why that's not the case. It should be the case to where that just should be the case. So if you don't have that, we need to figure it out why your broker specifically has not fixed your information. Let's see, I got to remember to keep the screen open instead of closing it out like I did last time. All right, next thing to go into is missing dates. When you go in and you look at the failure to deliver data for AMC, you can do that on a bunch of different sites, but I'm going to use Chart Exchange right now, and it's just because they're like one of the only ones that I've seen so far that have compiled the data into their charting system already. So it's in here. You can see the data in here. It does skip. So the interesting thing here is it skips from 9/28 to 10/2, and so the date that's missed in here is 9/29. There is a reason why that may be missing. If there is 0 shares in reported failure to delivers, it will show up in the system as a non-entry point, and you will not have any data in here. I've already confirmed this and verified it with HYMC. HYMC had dates where there was no failure to delivers back in the same time frame, and you can see that there's going to be dates that are skipped over in the list in here, specifically like for example on AMC, you can see here some of the dates that were traded were 25, 26, 27, 28. And HYMC 25, 26, and 27 are missing, and that's because the failure delivers indeed for 26 and 27 were 0. Hence the reason that there was no reported data. Do note that HYMC did have a 9/29 reported date for failure to delivers, so it's not like failure to delivers were missed for that day. We do have information for other companies showing up for failure to delivers. It's just that AMC reported amount of failure to delivers for AMC for that day was 0. Now I'm gonna have to go back and I haven't had a chance to do this yet, but I'm gonna have to go back and see how many days that's actually occurred. I know I've done this once before, and there might have been like there's very few times where we've ever seen 0 shares in failure to delivers at all whatsoever. So there's something going on there. I'm not really sure. I mean, you can see here that there was failure to delivers the day before, the day after the day that was reported as no failure to delivers. So it was trending down towards that period of time. Anyways, moving on. I just want to key that. I want to flag it and just say like, hey, look, we're missing 9/29 data. Part of the reason is there was 0 reported. There was nothing there. Moving on to other dates. The other date that's an odd one, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Of October, and that's great. No problems right there. We got the first week of reporting in. The problem after that becomes there's only 4 days reported for the next week: 10, 10, 10, 11, 10, 12, and 10, 13. Do note there was a spike in failure to delivers, one of the largest on the screen that you can see here, of about 225,000 shares in failure to delivers on 10/11, but 10/9 is not being reported. Now, this is not just an AMC thing. This is across the board. The entire market did not report any failure to delivers for 10/9 for some reason. There's no holiday on 10/9. Indeed, we did trade on 10/9. I can't figure out why there would be a reason why 10/9 is missing. Okay, having said that, just note that the entire market is missing for 10/9. We don't have any of that data. So what other abnormalities could you potentially find out of this data? There is more. Oh wait, but there's more, I promise. Keep on going here. We're going to go over to my 2 million plus failure to delivers. So anything that had larger than 2 million shares in failure to delivers, any stock that is going to be listed here. Now, I normally don't talk about other stocks, but I do think that this is applicable, and we need to be looking at this and trying to figure out why in the world they didn't report the first half of the month's failure delivers. Was there warning signs going into that particular stretch of reported failure to deliver time that should have been red flagged or should have been warning signs? Yes, absolutely. So I pulled everything in total in here. I don't know. There's a handful, right? Like everything that you see on the page right now is over 2 million in failure to delivers on any particular day. I'm not sure which order I want to start with here. I think I want to start with. I don't know. Let's start with J.P. Morgan. I want to start with this one. We'll see how this flows, and then depending on how this flows, now I'll probably go over the information differently later. But on the 3rd of October, this is the date right over here on the left-hand side, you can see that JGLO, which is a JP Morgan, we'll go over here and we'll take a look at it real quickly. JGLO, this is all of the data that you're going to find. I'm on a 1-minute chart right now. This is all of the data that you're going to find for this ETF. It's a JP Morgan Global Select Equity ETF. Something is going on here, guys. There's some really, really crazy stuff going on here. Take a look at the inflow versus outflows that are occurring on this. There is extremely low quantities of volume yesterday. Three volume yesterday. A lot of backdoor stuff going through this ETF, guys. I'm telling you, there's something funky going on here. I don't know what this is exactly. I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, if you go to the profile of this JGLO, by the way, let me go back to the failure to delivers. On the 3rd of October, the total amount of shares that were failed to deliver was 18,066,684 shares. 18 million shares. Now, I pulled up some information on JGLO to try and figure out, like, one of the things that I hate about ETFs is you can never really figure out, like, how many shares there are. Trying to figure out, like, how much volume is traded over a 3-month period of time. Those are all really difficult things to find out on ETFs. It doesn't always report that kind of stuff. So you're not going to find any kind of information like that more than likely here. There are other places where you can pick up that information. But going back to the charts here, I want to preface that the very first day of trading for this ETF was on 9/14 of 2023. Inception date 9/13/2023. This ETF is brand spanking new as of September, right? Like literally midway through September, this ETF was created by JP Morgan. It trades very, very, very low quantities of volume typically, right? If you look at the volume at the top hand side as I scroll through here, you can see we're looking at like 100, maybe a couple thousand shares tops per day. That's kind of a regular amount, right? Like there's just really not a whole lot of volume on a daily basis. We're looking at like some days are here's one candle here where there's like basically, and these are minute candles, by the way, guys. So there's very few trades that are made, and when they are made, they're in large quantities, right? Like here's a minute candle at 6,500 shares on 11/2. Do note, there is 4 candles in here that have extremely excessive quantities of volume going on here. There's 5.4 million shares of shares traded on a 9/29. Remember the date that I said that AMC didn't have any failure to delivers? 9/29. That was the same day. There's a bunch of failure to deliver. I mean, a bunch of volume on 9/29. We have 5.4 million shares on 9/29 on one candle. Another candle here shows 5.4 million. Another candle shows on the same day. All these are on the same day. 3.6 million shares, and then finally 3.6 million shares on the next candle. All of those being on 9/29. So there was some significant amount of activity happening on 9/29. There's 5 candles for that day. The very last candle had 3,950 shares in it, but the first 4 candles had excessive amounts of volume. I didn't even add it up. I don't really. It's like 10, 8, 13, 14, 4. 15, 16, 17, 18. There's like 18 million shares in volume. 18 million shares of volume on 9/29. You don't say. Very interesting because 18 million shares in volume was exactly how many shares there were required to that were failed to deliver on the reported date of the 3rd of October. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Right? Like, what's going on there? 18 million shares in volume suddenly trade on 9/29, and then the next trading day, 10/2, or actually 2 trading days after that, or a settlement cycle of 2 days, you end up getting a bunch of failure to delivers that show up. So what is there, if anything, that we can extrapolate from that? Funny you should ask. If we go over to J.P. Morgan's ETF, there is only one thing. There's one thing that's reported on here on this chart for short interest that I can pull up on, and it's exchange reported short interest. There was exchange reported interest on this that went from the only time that there was exchange report short interest was on October 13th. Remember, this exchange reported short interest is reported every 15 days. There was 8 shares reported on October 13th, and then 176 shares worth of exchange reported short interest on the 31st of October. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but I said something broke on October 31st, and I didn't know what. But you can see here on October 31st, the value on this ETF started skyrocketing. And well, I shouldn't say skyrocketing, but it is definitely exponentially moving up. And this is all the data. This is all the data. There is no other data besides what you're seeing on this page here. This is the life expectancy of this ETF here. I can't find any other data. There's no other data that I can pull up here to show you guys. But you can see back here on September 29th, 18.22 million shares in volume that day. Stands out like a sore thumb. And then October 3rd, the T+2 settlement period, when the failure to delivers would have shown up, that's where they were. But then there's no failure to delivers reported after that. It's just kind of empty. So, or at least from what I can see, it's empty. I don't see any other failure to delivers that were being reported. If we go to, let's go back to this. I don't know if I checked this or not. Yeah. Just the 18 million, and then there was like very, very low quantities reported after that. 22, 11, 10, and it's starting to rise again. It's up to 176. Woohoo. It's up to 176 failure to delivers on October 31st, but that's where the end of the reporting is because we don't have any more reported data. We won't have any more reported data for the first half of this month until a little bit later. But there's nothing really there. I mean, in regards to failure to deliver data, just nothing. So, anyways, we can look at exchange traded volume that occurs. And see what's going on there. In regards to total volume going through this ETF, if and when there are shares that go through here, they're mainly through off exchange. That's the largest quantity that I see here. Nothing really significant that stands out in my mind. There's something weird going on with this ETF. I need to dig into this some more. I'm not sure exactly where to take this. I'll tell you what I did do. I did pull up the ETF on ETF.com, which speaks a little bit more about the ETF in regards to what it is. JGLO activity targets a portfolio of 70 to 100 global equity and equity-related securities. It focuses on companies considered to be well-priced, generate strong fee-free cash flow, and have the potential for consistent earnings growth. The portfolio includes common stock and preferred stock, ETFs, depository receipts, and REITs. While the fund doesn't impose market cap restriction, it primarily targets large cap companies. The advisors, analysts, draws from various data sources, including their proprietary research information from companies, data from external vendors, and in-house fundamental research. The fund may also use derivatives for security substitutes. The fund may also use derivatives for security substitutes and to manage currency risk and cash flows. Additionally, it considers ESG factors in its assessments, but may not prioritize them with when opportunities align with its main goal. Stocks are sold in the event of declining fundamentals, if adverse political or economic shifts, or when better investment options arise. There is no information that I could find on here in regards to what specifically it's invested into. I don't normally, this is the website I would go to if I wanted to find out what ETF was reported and what securities or commodities that they might be invested into. I don't see anything. There's nothing here. So I'm going to have to try and see if I can dive into this some more and try and figure out what the heck's going on here with this JGLO. But it's stinky. This is I guess maybe I could use a Snoop Dogg. It's a sticky icky. If there ever was one, this is a sticky icky. I don't know what's going on here. I got to figure this out. There's something going on. I'm not sure. Again, it's inception date 9/13/23. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some more digging on that one. And of course, you're welcome to as well, if you want to take a look into that. Now, there's more. Oh, yes. But wait. There's more. We're going to take a look at one of the other ones that's on this list here, the other largest one on the list. And that one is CGC, which is Canopy Growth Corporation. This Canopy Growth Corporation, you never would have guessed it's a cannabis stock, but they had 20.4 million in failure to delivers on the 2nd of October, which is a day before the JP Morgan failure to delivers that were in excess of 18 million shares. They had 20.4 million. This was the big winner on this list here. There was no in terms of failure to delivers for the first half of October. There was no other stock here that had a larger quantity for any given day over that tracked period of time, except for the 9th, since we have no idea what the hell happened on the 9th. So I wanted to take a look at that one here, and I found some very interesting things here, little takeaways that I think are interesting that help prove some of the things that I've been talking about from the past. If we go over to CGC right now and we take a look at the daily time interval in here, one of the things I want to note here is that, this is obviously a penny stock right now, 0.5752. You can see this massive shorting of the price here. I don't think this is this doesn't really look like a real sell-off to me right here. This is just being attacked down here. But there was something significant that happened with volume in this period of time. You can see that there was hardly any volume as price was falling. Something significant happened right in here where price started to rise a little bit. And then this little shoot up in price. Now, this isn't a very big, I know it kind of looks big right now, just by the way it's looking on the page here. But at the base of this, the closing price was at about 40 cents. The very, very tip top on this, that was at 192, right? So it's not that big of a jump on this. But I do want to show you something really, really important, because I cannot express to you enough, guys. Remember, this is a daily chart here. Each one of these candles is a day worth of time. This was a short squeeze. It was not the mother of all short squeezes, but there was definitely a short squeeze that occurred on this stock, and I'm going to prove it to you and show you what happened. Let's take a look at some of the Ortex data on this. And I want there to be some key takeaway learnings on this that I want you guys to remember, that these are important things. And I've told you that Short squeezes don't end in a single day. It takes time. You can see that the quantity of failure to delivers, and I've always told you the first thing that causes a squeeze to occur is failure to delivers. The second thing that causes it to grow even bigger is a gamma squeeze, and then what turns into a mother of all short squeezes is when everybody ends up holding. So, and then that's the order. There is no other order than that. Everybody always seems to think that gamma squeezes come first. No, something has to force that gamma squeeze to occur, and that's forced buying of shares. Forced buying of shares is failure to delivers. You will never ever get a gamma to work without failure to delivers first. Failure to delivers spiked massively on this from this rundown, and I'm not sure exactly at what point, because if I pull up the total, let's see, let me pull out the on loan amount here. As they were dropping the price on this, there may have been additional volume in here. Let me zoom in on this, just this one particular section here, just a little bit, so we can look at the data and analyze it. There may have been some additional volume that was occurring, because you can see that the on loan amounts were pretty stable. There may have been a signal for somebody to buy in here, an institution or somebody big, and you can see that there was a large increase in volume and a little bit of a shift in price, where price went from about a close of about 38 cents to a high of 67 cents. I mean, so we're looking at like a doubling in price. It's not, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's a lot, a doubling in price, but it's not very much. But it did cause the market to have to start borrowing shares, right? They started borrowing a lot of shares. In this range in here, we're looking at about 60 million shares or so borrowed. The amount of shares that they had to borrow in order to keep the price from continuing to run during that period of time went from around 60 million shares up to the top or peak at around 100 million shares. So they basically not quite doubled the amount of shares that they had borrowed out, but almost doubled. Not quite, almost. And if you pull up exchange reported short interest, you can see that they did short into this run here a little bit, and you can see in exchange reported short interest went from 34 million up to about 37 million, and at a very peak up to about 44.46 million. And of course, shares are going to be found, more than likely, shares are going to be found when price starts to recede. And you can tell that they were definitely returning some shares in here as the total amount of on-loan shares went down, went from at a peak of about 108 down to about 74 million shares on loan. But there was these failure to delivers that occurred. 76.1 million shares had to be found within 35 trading days. Very, remember, 35 trading days is how long they have from that failure to deliver point in time to when they actually have to be delivered. So if we count out these days together, let's count them together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. You can see failure to delivers without a shadow of a doubt is what caused this to start spiking price. Somebody had to find the shares. They had to find those shares right there that were due. Now, I know that it's reporting that there's no failure to delivers in between this time of this spike right here and here. And I don't really know how to explain that to you other than the fact that those failure to delivers probably go on a list somewhere. And they go on perhaps maybe like a DTCC list or some list for settlement and come off of the failure to deliver list because those shares have to be found at some point, right? So you can see after that 35 period time that price is really starting to rocket up here. They have not found the shares that they need to borrow, and price absolutely starts rocketing up. Now, interestingly enough, there was one other spike in failure to delivers right here. 20 should have been. Let's see, 11 million showing up on there. Should have been 20 million, I think, shares, right? Because that's the number that we have here on the 2nd of October. September, October. Oh, that's right. Failure delivers aren't being reported on here yet for Ortex, which is why we don't see the number. But if I take you back over to the other screen, we can see that here. There's your 20 million shares right there. So here's that big spike of about 75.58 million shares. You can see a slow ramping of failure delivers as they were likely trying to find shares back here. Remember, this is share price right in here. If I could zoom in on this right here, this is share price. As the price rocketed up and then started coming back down, more than likely they were able to find shares to required to deliver on this in here. And part of the reason why the price is rising up is because those shares had to be found. As price is coming back down, more than likely investors are selling into that run-up that was there. And so some of these failure to delivers that are here, this 20 million shares, are more than likely delivered on. How can we check that? There is a way. Believe it or not, there is a way to check on this. We can go back over to Ortex again. And what we can do is we can take a look at two indicators. We can take a look at on loan new and on loan returned shares. And lo and behold, during that period of time here, you can see that the amount of shares returned versus loaned is about a 10 million share difference. So they found some of their shares there. More than likely, at least some of them, not all of them, but some of them. The days prior to that, leading up to that, and let's see, we'll zoom on this just a tad bit more, make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. This is the 11.4. The 20 million shares that failed to deliver was on October 2nd, which is right here. There was a period of time in here where they started finding shares as the price was hitting kind of rock bottom, and they were starting to deliver shares. And see, the returned amount is the green line, the purple line is the borrowed amount. So they were finding shares here, and as there's quite a spread difference. And then they were also finding some shares in this time in here. And then we don't see failure to delivers ever really kind of returning to peak numbers. Now, if we go back to that same period of time where the failure to delivers were spiking, you can see they were trying to find shares. There were some big differences between what was returned and borrowed in here, but never quite the 76 million shares that they needed to find. The borrow to returned amounts actually were favoring the newer loaned amounts, right? So they were loaning shares. They couldn't find the shares, so they were loaning them. They were loaning more shares, and they weren't able to loan enough or find enough in the market until it got to that T+35 date and price started rocking up. Now, there's one more thing I've got to show you. In a short squeeze situation, I have told you guys the two key things that you need to look for to know when it's time to get out. On the backside of a squeeze is day-over-day volume falling and synthetic price failure declining, meaning that the spread on the movements on highs and lows in price. Right now, look at this. Look what's happening here as this short squeezes. I'm going to get rid of all the rest of this stuff here. Look at this. Day-over-day volume falling starts falling right here. This is not the peak. The very first day that it peaks out in price, volume was falling. Right? The distance between some of these synthetic price failures are pretty massive still, right? But then it starts to tighten up a little bit. You're seeing less of an up and down movement, and you're seeing volume falling day over day. The two signals letting you know would have flagged probably right around on September 13th when you had day over day volume decreasing for like 2 days in a row, and you start seeing the tightening up of the price movement to where your synthetic price failures are becoming less and less, or smaller and smaller and smaller. That way you know it's time to get out. On the next upwards momentum move, it's time to move. Time to get out. It's exit time. Right? And then here you have it. So what was the height? The high of this was $1.92. And I've told you guys that you have you can get to within about 75% or better of the very top. The high was $1.92. At $1.92, anything over $1.44 would meet my expectations of being able to exit your position within 75% of the top. How much was that price again? $1.44. As this price starts moving up, the high on this day was $1.48. The open on this is $1.46. The high on this last day here, so this run up here, the high on this day is $1.56. There's 2 days worth of price movement in here that gets you into that 75+% range of getting to the very maximum amount. If you would have exited your position in here, you would have been lower than the 75%, but you probably would have been pretty accurate in understanding that there was that it was close to the end because volume's falling and price is starting to fall, and so it kind of gives you like, okay, that's kind of scary. So you could exit your position here. Maybe you exit around $1.29. That's not set within 75% of the top. But there is always that one more retest of trying to move back up and then a failure because there's no forced buying anymore. The requirements that have been met to deliver the shares that were needed, and so you no longer have that upwards momentum price movement. This is a classic, very, very, very classic signal that is repeated in the market all over the place on short squeeze. This was a short squeeze. There was no gamma. There was not enough of a gamma push to continue to raise price, and there wasn't enough shares that needed to be delivered that couldn't be borrowed. So somebody was borrowing enough shares, and enough shares were found on this price movement that this is all they got out of this push. That's it. So somebody wasn't holding. Right? That's what would have caused us to continue to go higher. Somebody wasn't holding, number one. Like there were individuals, whether it be institutions or retail, who knows? Who cares? Doesn't matter. But this is all the squeeze that it was able to get out of it. But I wanted you to see this. Failure to delivers are most undoubtedly the number one reason why any squeeze starts in the first place. That turns into a gamma turns into a MOAS if you have the right conditions. The conditions have to be met. The met conditions are holding, failure to delivers, and a gamma. Those are all the conditions that you need to get them into a MOAS. And it can happen on as much as a 20-cent or a doubling in price within a very short period of time where a massive amount of shares have to be borrowed. It doesn't take much. It can happen. So I wanted to show you that because I thought that was something that was very, very interesting out of the data, and I wanted you guys to see that. So let me take you guys back to the main page here. We'll get off of this stock here and go back to AMC, even though I know I'm like so late beyond when I would normally report numbers to you guys. But let's take a look at this and see what we got going on here, guys. And a doubling in price, guys, has happened on occasions on AMC before in the past, back in 2021. Those are the days where you see that price move, from like the magic number really is around $20, right? When you see price moving from $13 to $20 and then suddenly jumping up to like maybe like 30 or 40 bucks. Those are the numbers that you're looking for, and when that happens, those are the periods of time that you need to be expecting that's it's getting close, right? Once it breaks that $90 threshold, it's all over. And it doesn't matter about reverse splits, conversions make no difference. It doesn't change anything. The market sees price as price, and if it starts hitting $90 numbers, it's go time, right? That's when you know it's gonna trigger. Novocaine, I stumbled onto it by looking through the failure to deliver data that finally got reported, and they were the second highest amount of failure to delivers during that non-reported period of time, and we still don't even know what the data was for one of the days because they didn't report 10/29 or 10/9 date of failure to delivers. So Let's talk about failure to delivers. Let's talk about failure to FTDs. Let's talk about you and me. Oh, yeah, I'm singing. It's the thing. I'm telling you guys. Those failure to delivers are key. Absolutely key. They're massively important. All right. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. It's time to take a look at the numbers. My wife's like cringing so bad right now, and so am I because of the fact that I'm like trying to sing in the morning. Well, hon, I love it. She may be listening. I don't know. She's probably getting ready to go. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. We're going to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here for the day today. That was my first run through on this data, guys. I still think that there's more for me to find. I've only scraped, I feel like I barely scratched underneath the surface on trying to figure out some of the stuff that may have occurred during that period of time. But the fact that they failed to report numbers for an entire day when they failed to report the numbers for a long period of time tells me there's something going on there. There's massively something going on here, and the SEC, I think the SEC is responsible for reporting those numbers, and if they're not reporting the numbers, then they're complicit in what's happening. So they know something's up, and there's a reason why they didn't report the numbers for as long as they did, and there's a reason why they didn't probably report the 9th data as well. I don't know what that reason would be, but if you go back to, here's an interesting thing. I almost forgot this one. Let's count back 35 days, trading days from where we're at right now, shall we? Actually, let's not. Hold on a second. Let's start from the 9th, the day that they didn't report any information. Some of the days that we were starting to skyrocket in price on AMC. Look at that nice little skyrocket. The 9th was the day that no failure to delivers were reported, and we were on our way up here. Moving on up, let's count back 35 days from that day and just kind of take a look at what was going on during that period of time. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, you know what? This is so much easier if I just did this. I don't know why I'm doing this. Let's see here. We'll go backwards. That's not what I wanted. So we are going to go back from the 9th, and we're going to take a look and see 35 days. What occurred around that time? There's 34. I can't go 35 because anything beyond that's going to be 38 days. But 35 days out, or at least 35 trading days, because I can't go. Why can't I go one more and it'd be 35 days? Oh, it's 25. Okay, so hold on a second here. I didn't go far enough. There we go. 35 days. There we go. I got 35 bars in. What day does that take us to? 8/18. 8/18. The very, very top of that little run right there. 8/11, 8/14, 8/15, 16, 17, 18. 8/18 is the day that would take us back. So if there were massive amounts of failure to delivers that were occurring during that period of time, and there was something that occurred on the 9th that they wanted to shield or not be seen, it would have been occurring during this period of time in price movement in our stock. So if you guys remember, it was the 20. They stopped delivering shares. If you recall correctly, when we were going through this period of time, they had completely just stopped returning any kind of shares whatsoever about a week before the conversion and reverse split, and we started seeing price running during that period of time, and that's this week. And that's where failure to delivers were massively starting to stack. We can go back to that period of time. This is I can't believe I left this out of the presentation here. let's go back to the failure to delivers real quick here, guys. And I'm sitting here like pointing at stuff, and you guys can't even see. I'm so sorry. This is the 9th right here. I'm so sorry about that. This is the 9th right here. I've got my box drawn up for 35 trading days prior, and that day is the very last day where we saw a peak, and then nothing but a bunch of downwards momentum, which was leading into the week where we were turning. This is literally the week where we saw them stop delivering shares. And I'll show you. I'm not just gonna say it and not point it out to you, but let's go back to that week again here, and we're looking at the dates that we're looking at here. Is we're looking the week prior from 8/14 to 8/18, and then going forward into the reverse split and conversion, and we can go back here. What was it? One more time. Let's see here. 8/14 to 8/18. One more page. So here it is right here. Right, failure to deliver started massively stacking, 13 million. Now remember, these numbers are all adjusted. All of these numbers are adjusted for pre-reverse split, and they just stopped delivering. That entire week they just stopped. So this is really 138 million shares. This is 329 million shares. There's some massive, oops, I went the wrong way. Then it goes to 306, 293, 247, 365, 507. That entire week of failure to delivers were just massively stacking. Massively. And they didn't report the data for that 9th. Why? They stopped delivering shares completely. The week before. Really the biggest day that they stopped, because the full week was 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. But they really stopped. You can see where the failure to deliver started really picking up was starting on the 15th. So they stopped delivering on the 15th, and they just started stacking. Right up until the conversion and reverse split. They hit it, guys. They hid everything. I don't see any way around it. They hid it. There's a reason why the 9th isn't showing. Failure to delivers help cause price movement. Leading into the week prior, the failure to delivers were starting to become due. This is 35 days out. Failure to delivers were becoming due. This is the day they decided they weren't going to report failure to delivers, and once the conversion and reverse split completed, after the T plus 35, after the reverse split conversion completed, and they didn't have to find shares anymore 35 days after that, price moved down. Well, I got a pokey stick of volume in for this morning, guys. It's 56,000 shares. We have in total about 81,000 shares so far for the day-to-day traded. That's going to give us additional volume for the day-to-day. I would say somewhere between 10 and... actually, I might up my volume prediction. Not much. I'm going to go 15. I'm going to go 15 to 35 million. Actually, I guess it would be 45. 15 to 45 million shares traded so far, or is what I'm guesstimating for the end of the day today. Jay, happy Thanksgiving to you too. I'm going to take you guys back over the other page and we'll take a look at this numbers. My wife says, Master has given Dobby a sock. Yay! She's off work. Hon, I love you. Drive safe. Stay warm. It's cold out there. Alrighty, let me take you guys through the numbers over here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. As far as price predictions go yesterday, we all missed. I don't think any of us got even close to being, yeah, none of us got close to being right on price predictions. But we all got a point, so we'll go ahead and add up the points here. Wait, I gave Apex an extra point. I'm just used to giving them extra points now. Volume was up yesterday, so I would imagine that short exempt volume is going to be up as well. Sure enough, it is. It went up to 277.5 thousand shares. Yesterday, we were down 7.12% for the day. And utilization showing up a little bit lower than what it was yesterday. Utilization now currently showing up, and I know you're seeing numbers that aren't accurate. It went down to 29.66%. Moving on. Let's see here. For the end of the day yesterday, max pain, I think max pain's coming down. There's no way it doesn't move down to 750. It might even go as low as 7. I'm going to say 750 though. Yep, 750 for max pain is correct. Off exchange, at the end of the day yesterday, the total amount of shares going through off exchanges was 58 or 52.82%. EDGX at 10.62. The combined total in that 63.44%. Normal day is about 64%, so we were just shy of by about 0.56% of our volume less than a normal day going through that exchange. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for GME is coming in at 3,478 shares yesterday. And then AMC was at 1,989, so both of those were very low. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at the Ortex data again here. Actually, we're skipping Ortex for right now. We'll go over to Fintel was 43, reporting yesterday about 43,017,000 shares in ownership. They now are reporting 42.898 million. A little bit of a drop there. And then taking a look at options, highest amount of open interest Highest amount of open interest currently for the calls is at an $8 strike. That's what it was yesterday. There were 17.5 thousand contracts yesterday. Now only 16.5 thousand contracts. So there were calls that were being dumped yesterday. And then on puts, highest amount of puts is coming in at a $7 strike. Yesterday there was 12.5 thousand contracts. Today 9.9 thousand contracts. The market is not thinking that the price is going to continue to move downwards. Otherwise, those positions would have more than likely not closed. There's quite a few puts that were closed out there day over day. And if you want to go back in the stream and watch, I refreshed, and you can see what the open interest was yesterday on some of the lower strike prices versus today. And you'll probably see some closing out of positions as well. It does appear that the puts have signaled for a bottom. We are still seeing open interest pointing towards a 7 to 8 close by the end of the week. Currently, we are at $6.75 and moving upwards. But let's take a look at the rest of the data. 1 second. This. Whoa. Computer didn't like that. And this. Starting with AMC's Ortex data. Utilization day over day dropping slightly. We went from 30.83% utilization, 29.66. This usually means that on loan amount is going to be dropping as well. On loan amount did drop from 13.38 million shares to 13.1. So we're looking at 280,000 shares returned yesterday. Let's see here. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little bit. Ortex is estimating that actually they're not throwing out an estimate yet. They have no. Let's give this one more quick refresh and see if we can't get an estimate from them. As of right now, they're not estimating. Usually they estimate about 1/3 of the total volume from the return shares it ends up being what they estimate by. Let's give this one more look here and see if they are putting one in now. There it is. Went from 9.1 to 9.06, so 0.04 drop. That's going to be them estimating about 94,000 of the 280. And then security lending volume did pretty much the same thing day over day. It went from 1.78 million to 1.64, so a very, very slight drop. And let's see if Ortex has actually managed to start reporting those failure to delivers now for the first half of October. No, still not showing up on their screen. Even though they got the data, they're not reporting it yet on here. Would be nice. MMRI. Yesterday it was at 283.96. Today it's at 281.36. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield yesterday was at 0.496%. Today it's at, let's see, the 2 years at 4.855. And the 10-year is at 4.371. The spread difference is 0.484, so the spread tightened just a tad bit there, not too much. Let's see here. Moving on. VIX futures are showing down 0.5% right now, which means the market quotes should be showing up. We got anywhere from 0.13 to 0.64. Russell 2000 leading the way. I was asked a question yesterday by Yukon. The Russell 2000's up 0.64 right now. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. AMC was one of the most heavily traded stocks on the list of the top 30. GME did not make the list, but due to our elevated amounts of volume, we made the list. But by the end of the day, this is the last 4 minutes only of the day. AMC did not make the last 4 minutes of this list here, but my goodness, somebody else did. These are last 4 minute settlements. Look at that. That's insane. AMC or GME did not make the list for the last 4 minutes of settlements yesterday. That's my fault that I didn't look at the data earlier. Sorry, guys. AMC was on the list for most of the day. It's just the last 4 minutes we weren't. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is going to be at $5.99. Shares available to borrow is at 3.9 million shares. Because I haven't looked at this data in a hot minute here, it looks like of the 4.3 million shares that they had available to borrow, they did borrow all but 500,000 of that. So 3.8 million shares having been borrowed. Some of those shares were already returned this morning. Fees are showing up at 1%. Yesterday we only had about 800,000 shares borrowed, so we're 3 million shares already over that. Currently there's 80.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 4.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 12.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 25.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. I didn't want to take you there. Let's go to banks. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. We'll just call or shout out anything that's plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change in the pre-market this morning. And of course, nothing wants to report right now. Hold on a second here. There we go. Finally. Let's see. In the pre-market so far this morning, I do not see anything meeting the criteria for a shout out. Ethereum Classic is up 0.66 and trending upwards right now. The US dollar is up 0.06 and slightly trending down. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.29. Has not really traded a whole lot, and I would say consolidating. Mortgage, actually, SPY in the pre-market is up 0.25 and trending upwards. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.8, also trending upwards in the pre-market. It's starting to consolidate just a little bit. There's still a little bit of an uptrend. It hasn't broken any kind of it hasn't broken any of the uptrend yet. Amazon is down in the pre-market 0.03, but trending up. Mostly, it's down 0.03 because it moved down in the aftermarket hours yesterday, and at pre-market open and started trending upwards. Currently consolidating after having an uptrend. Cinemark is down 3.71 and taking a bit of a drop here. It's only traded 5 shares so far in the pre-market, but it's taken a little bit of a tumble, about a 52 cent tumble. Over those five shares traded. Doge is down 0.15 and is consolidating currently. Bitcoin is up 0.22 and trending up. GME is up 0.32 and consolidating. HYMC is up 2.82 and is trending up. After 635 shares traded so far this morning, it's still trending up. NCMI has not traded yet this morning. Hood is up 0.87 and trending up. And AMC is up 1.35% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. Give me 1 second here. inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday, rather. There was approximately, let's see here, $9 million more inflow than outflow. 105 shares traded so far this morning. Of course, I'm a little late on numbers due to the fact that I had a very long presentation to talk about. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently Vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 23.14, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, we have a divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.29, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence that already occurred but is starting to reverse a little bit here. RSI at 49.72, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.35, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on a 1-hour time interval. Thinning portion right here of a red cloud. Another possible breakthrough point in the aftermarket hours. If price were to trend up today and close right around like $7, we would be in a very nice setup for Friday's half day in trading on seeing price move continue to move upwards. The reason I say that is because by Friday, lagging line will have broken through the price line. Conversion probably won't be above base just yet, but us starting out the day above a $7.05 price point will definitely show some promising volume that should cause price to move up. Now, if we don't quite close at 7.05 by the end of the day today, and we close maybe somewhere a little bit below the cloud, we could see price trading sideways, and then at market open, perhaps getting that bump up above 7.05. If that were going to be the case, and we'd be looking at like a 6, maybe 95. So I'm guessing right now I can almost put in a guarantee guess for price prediction for the day today that's going to be somewhere between 695 and 705. More than likely, I'll just probably predict on a 701 close. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart. Oh, by the way, on the 1-hour chart today, buying pressure really kicks in at around $7.55. That's down from $7.80 from yesterday. That would get the lagging line above price line and undoubtedly get the conversion above base. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, 4-hour chart doesn't make me all hot and bothered. It's not very exciting right here. Lagging line really needs to get above price line in order to see some big buying momentum, and that would put us in the price range of around 835, which would be underneath the cloud, and we would have a little bit of buying pressure between 835 and the cloud, which would be around 870. But to get above the cloud today, we have to see something as high as 955, which was the same price from yesterday, as you can see here. I'm not expecting that at all. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but a close of 705 would put price above conversion, and a slow climb going into Friday and possibly Monday of next week. You know, we could see price in the high 70s, or 70s, $7, high $7 for a potential attempt to try and break through a very, very thick portion of cloud, which is not really something that it's extremely bullish if we make it through this cloud in the thick portion. How's that? Extremely bullish. So yeah. But for today, big buying pressure kicking in at about 8. I'm going to drop the price from 955 down to 835, as 835 would cause some buying pressure, but it wouldn't be for very long. It would stop at around 870. So 855 and 755, both very good looking numbers. Oh, I said 855, 835. I'm sorry, 835. 755 and 835. All right, with that, and I know it's been a very long time since I got onto the back of the big tramp and started talking, and I do apologize for so much monologuing on my part this morning about what it is that I found, but I do think that it's really important, and I tend to only present to you information that I think is really important if I can. But I will head back to the back of the big tramp here for a short period of time before I go to break. If anybody wants to join back there, they're more than welcome to. I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. I see I'm getting a lot of messages right now. I'll try to get to those on my break when I can. Let's see here. Let's see what you guys are writing.
Morning, KC.
Good morning. Who do we got in here? We got Chris. What's going on, man? Point Break Thor is in here today.
So that was a fantastic 90 minutes of dialogue. Thank you. I mean it. And because I had begun to believe that, nothing's going to happen until after the next election, just because they seem like they can control everything. But your commentary that the FTDs can flip in any given time and create the pressure we need, gives confidence that it could be sooner than later.
Yeah. I mean, so long as the SEC doesn't decide that they're just going to not report information so that, they can avoid like threshold lists and all that kind of good stuff. You're right. That's for sure. We have pepperoni in here.
I'll stop talking. Yep, hey, pepperoni. The other thing I appreciated you doing was how you went through again, what we need to look for when eventually the time does come. And I've written down this time and date today so that I can go back and watch again when the time comes.
Good. I'm glad.
That was cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, I think one of the reasons that I want to try to express to people the most about the ingredients that are needed, the specific ingredients that are needed in order to see MOAS, is that if people think that they can exit their positions early and that everything's going to be fine because there's so many shares that have to be found, I would encourage people to see that with that particular stock that I showed this morning. It's a very good example of how when you start selling shares and there's institutions who need to buy shares, but there's only a certain quantity of shares that they need to buy, that holding pressure is so massively important because when institutions or people don't hold those positions through that price movement, then what ends up happening is the shares are found and then the price settles down and it doesn't continue to move upwards. So that holding is really, really, really what causes it's like the backbone of seeing price movement. But unfortunately, there's been so many people out there who've been trying to tell us like, oh, you got to set price brackets and this, that, and the other, and so it is what it is. It's your money, it's your choice. You trade your shares how you want to, but I'm telling you right now. That's got to be the 2023 saying is, I'm telling you right now. Yes, sir.
Can you clear something for me? So all these FTDs that in hundreds of millions that just vanished, did they vanish forever, or someday they will show up?
Some of them vanish, but I don't think all of them vanish. And let me, I can share with you why I think that is. And we'll put it up on the screen here to kind of talk about it, because we can make some contrast and comparisons to that CGC versus AMC, right? So if we pull up AMC and we take a look at some of those same values, we can look at the failure to delivers that were really spiking in these periods of time in here. Remember that all these values are adjusted to reflect. Pepperoni, can you mute your mic, because the static is enough to like cause my ADD to kick in and hard to speak. But the failure to delivers that were occurring during that period of time, while they appear that they disappeared, and the same thing happened with CGC, right? When we go over to CGC and we do this contrast and comparison of these numbers here, you can see CGC had the same kind of thing happen where they just all disappeared, right? Well, we pulled up new versus returned shares during that period of time, and we could see that with the new shares being the purple line and the return shares being the green line, the return shares were not representative to a large enough amount to be a return for all of these failure deliveries on back on July 18th with 76.1 million shares. Now we can take that information, we can look at AMC and we say, okay, well, what happened with AMC and was there something that occurred during that period of time? And you got to remember there was a merger of AMC and Ape, and where we converted Ape into AMC. And here's the most interesting thing that I can probably share with you guys is that when you look at the on loan amount versus returned shares, they reported it very, very interestingly. Here we go. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to pull it up. New versus returned. Look at what happened on the day where the conversion occurred. So August 24th was the reverse split, right? And then the conversion occurred the day after. But we have 122 million shares being reported as being returned on August 24th, with new shares only being 329,000 shares. 122 million. Now remember, the reverse split occurred first, so this 122 million shares that were returned in here was really like 1.22 billion. It wasn't 122 million. It was 1.22 billion shares. Of those returned shares, that wasn't all returned shares that were like borrowed shares. That's not what that was. They counted Ape shares as being returned shares when they were turning the shares that they were supposed to have given to everybody that were supposed to have the shares. So it made it look like there was a massive returning of shares that occurred when in reality what it should have just been was a return of shares or shares that should have been given to apes in the beginning. So they over-reported on what they should have had, and I did a breakdown on this like a week or so ago when I talked about the total amount of shares borrowed versus returned. The numbers don't make sense, and then not only that, but we had like a massive quantity of failure to delivers after the reverse split of about 5.69 million shares, which would have been the equivalent of about 56.9 million shares, and what had ended up happening on that was nothing in regards to returned versus borrowed shares. So what happened? Where were those shares found? Some people might suggest that might have been during the period of time where the initial share offering occurred, and of the original 40 million shares that were offered by AMC, and some of those may have been found through the purchase of some shares through there, because there was 5.69 million in failure delivers here, and then about 3.7 here. So there may have, but you don't see any returns on the page here though, right? Like the returns never really showed up, and I don't know. It's really difficult for me to say, but the fact that they didn't.
They used the old QSIP number to cover the new QSIP number.
Say that again?
Would they be using the old QSIP number of the shares to cover in the new QSIP number? The reverse and conversion happened.
They would have had to report returned shares here. So I think I understand what you're saying. Like, did they use the new QSIP number to return the shares here? And the answer for that is in order for them to show up as returns on this chart here, they would have had to have shown up as a QSIP number as AMC. So the QSIP number would have probably changed on that day of the 24th, because I think that was the day. Yeah, the morning of the 24th was the day that the AMC reverse split. So there would have been a new QSIP number, I think, after the reverse split. And then I think there was a follow-up, another follow-up QSIP that was returned after the conversion as well. So there was, I'm pretty sure there was a new QSIP number by the 24th, if I'm not mistaken.
So on the new QSIP number, none of the old data moved in, right? This is what I'm getting. All those failures to deliver, everything didn't translate it into the new QSIP number. Is that correct? Am I getting it?
They
right?
They did transfer over, because I mean they're showing up on the screen here. So the failure to delivers were there. And they were spiked really, really super high too. The interesting thing is when you look at the on-loan returned amount, it's saying 122 million shares. And of course, remember these numbers are all altered to reflect the reverse split numbers now. So 122 would have been 1.22 billion, and then the 6.67 million shares would have been 66.7 million shares of failed to delivered shares on the 24th of August. If you look back at, I mean, I'm going to have to pull up the old data that I had here. Let me see. Give me a second. No. I think I got it on this page here. I'm not sure where I have this. I did a presentation for you guys. Oh, this might be it. Yeah, I think this is it. I did a presentation for you guys earlier, a week or so ago. We were talking about total shares returned versus loaned shares, and when you take out the one date that I said that I had altered to reflect what should have been was this specific day right here. The number that was reported was the 1.22 billion shares, but the actual amount of shares, and what I did is I subtracted out the amount of Ape shares that there should have been, because that's what they were reporting as returned shares. So I subtracted out the amount of Ape shares that were there, and it ended up being almost half the value, which is ironic because that's essentially like the amount that they are reporting was a failure to delivers, right? Like the almost the exact amount, right? So I'll have to go back to the number of outstanding shares. Looks like it was 995. So we can subtract from this. Let's see here. Equals 929.84. Oh, sorry. Is that right? That's not right. 995, 406, 413. It's something really close to that number. So after it was all said and done, it was about 87. So it's really darn close, right? Like 66 million in failure to delivers when there was about 80 something thousand in return shares for a difference. So they were way overestimating on the total amount of shares. Do I have the right number in here? Let me see. I got this right. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on a second. I was looking at the wrong one. It's this one right here. Is that right? Which one is it? Here it is. This is the screen right here. Here's the conversion and reverse split. Here is the amount right here Showing up on August 23rd, it was 1.699, and then I subtracted out the amount of shares that were supposed to be returned, which was 995 million. Let's see. Oh no, it was 995,406,413 shares. So I subtracted those out of the conversion reverse split numbers, and the total amount of shares borrowed versus returned for the 23rd came out to almost nearly the same number, 64.1 million versus 70.4 million in return shares. So it made much more sense when you started looking at the numbers in representation of what they were returning in regards to what they owed to apes that were actually bought or owned by apes. So these numbers, otherwise, if I didn't put this number in here, then it would have been about like 1.69 million. It would have been 16.9 million or 169 million worth of shares. I think that's right. 163. It was 169 million shares, so it was 1.69 billion. That's like 2-week-old information. I can't. You're making me go back over information from too long ago. I can't do it. Go back to my video where I talk about borrowed shares versus returned shares.
Yeah, I remember you did that, but I was wondering if they were able to use the old QSIP number to overshadow the new one. So this is why everything vanished. It's insane.
I don't know. What I care more about is what is your broker reporting as your current QSIP ID. If your current QSIP ID is being reported something other than that QSIP number that I posted up this morning, which is 00165C302, then there's problems. We got issues. So that's
okay. See, now you're making me blush. You think I'm so smart in order to go on my broker and see where the QSIP number is?
Call him up.
Oh my God,
call him up.
You're amazing.
Call him up. Ask him. If you don't know, you can call them and ask them. They should be able to tell you.
Okay, so I'll do that.
Yeah. Be real polite with them. You don't have to, give them a hard time or anything. Just say, hey, I'm trying to figure out what the QSIP ID is for the shares that I hold for AMC. And they should be able to help you out with that.
So the possibility that there are different QSIP IDs out there still exists?
Yes, that's what I'm insinuating. I very much believe that to be the case. I think there are people out there who still have the wrong QSIP ID shares. We know that there are some foreign exchanges that are still trading Ape to this day. Let's see. We got Dario D saying, is AMC obligated to let us know when dilution is done or obligated to make a filing, and what's taking so long? In regards to what's taking so long, I have no idea other than the fact that they may not be done with their share offering, number one. And number two, in regards to the obligation, yes, they are obligated to let us know when the share offering is completed. I think they have like... I've looked this up so many times I can never remember. There's so many dates to remember in regards to this, but I think it's like 5 trading days to let us know when they're completed. Looks like Pirate says durable goods orders down 5.4% versus 3.4% down expected. And initial jobless claims increased to 209,000 with 24,000 additional claims. Patriot says someone in authority needs to be giving explanations, in my opinion. I agree. All right. Real quickly, I'm gonna go over before I take my break. I'm gonna go over TB's numbers. He's said he sent some numbers to me. He's going with a 540 to 840 close by the end of the day today. Let me put him in here. I'm personally gonna guess on a 698 close. 699. 698, 699, 698. I'm gonna go with a 698 close for the day today. So I'm looking at 548 to 848. So I'm about 8 cents higher than him on that one. Maybe I should go up a few cents. Maybe I'll go 701 just to make it interesting. Let's do 701. So 551 to 851. Just to make it interesting. We'll give him an extra bonus point if he gets it closer. And then let's see here. I'm not sure if Apex has put in his price prediction or not, but let me just check and see. Twisty's going 512 to 812. Thank you, Twisty.
Thank you, Casey. I'll talk with you guys later.
Sounds good, man. All right, I don't see Apex's, but I'm sure he'll put it in or let me know someplace. So I'll let you guys know when I come back from break. Let me head out to break here for a little bit. If only Yucca were here to say another one. Let's see here. Bless you. Alrighty, I will see you guys at 15 minutes before market open. See you then. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm going to continue to play the music here for a few minutes. I'm still trying to figure something out here. Unfortunately, some notes that I used to have are not showing up that would have helped me, and so I'm having to go back and research some things. So actually, I'm going to leave the music off. I can't do this research and have the music on at the same time. So one of the things that I'm researching right now, which is being debated currently, is on the QSIP number, that 00165C302, whether or not that's accurate or not. As I showed you guys earlier this morning, the QSIP number that was showing up under the OCC filing that was put out for August 24th in regards to the 1 for 10 reverse split. The QSIP number ID that was showed matches 00165C302. The question is whether or not that's accurate. When I pull up, for example, if I'm trying to see what website this is, and I don't know that I would trust a third-party website necessarily, because this is stockanalysis.com. But they're saying the QSIP is 00165C104, which obviously is not the same number, I think. And I had notes on this someplace, and I'm trying to find my notes, but I think it's just best if I just go back and look. The reason that I had notes previously was that I could reference those notes and find out if there was something that was incorrect like this. And unfortunately, since all that has gone past, I don't know if that's something I just deleted or what. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not showing up there. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to pour back through some of the filings by AMC to see. I'm pretty sure that they do state the different QSIP numbers that were supposed to be the case afterwards, so I'm going to have to pour back through some of that information. Unfortunately, that's going to take me the rest of this break period here. Normally when I would start doing like price predictions and whatnot, it's going to take me that time in order to figure this out. I want to make sure I get this right, so before I just say anything. There was also something that was also mentioned, and I completely forgot about this. I said it, I think it was yesterday that I said this. I think somebody had mentioned that the 9th data was missing for a reason, or I had mentioned that I thought it might have been a holiday, and then I went back and I looked to see if we were trading on that day or not, and we were trading on the day, so I just assumed that it wasn't a holiday, but it was a bank holiday for Columbus Day on the 9th, which would mean that's probably it's not probably, it is very definitely the reason why we're not getting any data that's being reported for that period of time. Let's see here. I'm still going back. Let's see here. And anyways, what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to put my mic on mute, and then I'm going to probably continue to search for this information here. Trying to find. Anyways, I'm gonna head over. I'm gonna take the mic off here and put the music. Well, it's almost time for intro, so I'm just gonna have the mic off here for a few minutes, and then intro will start.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
They want to hear the Thanksgiving song. All right. This is a Thanksgiving song. I hope you enjoy it. Love to eat turkey. Love to eat turkey. I love you. Love to eat turkey, 'cause it's good. Love to eat turkey like a good boy should, 'cause it's turkey to eat. So good. That clapping's messing my head up, man. I appreciate it, but I was trying to think of the next line. I'm like, all I hear is clapping. Here we go. Thanks anyways. Turkey for me, turkey for you. Let's eat the turkey in my big brown shoe. Love to eat the turkey at the table. I once saw a movie with Betty Grable. Eat that turkey all night long. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. Turkey lurkey do and turkey lurkey dap. I eat that turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to say dynamite. That's right. Turkey with gravy and cranberry. Can't believe the Mets traded Darryl Strawberry. Turkey for you and turkey for me. Can't believe Tyson gave that girl VD. White meat, dark meat, you just can't lose. I fell off my moped and I got a bruise. Turkey in the oven and the buns in the toaster. I'll never take down my Cheryl Teagues poster. Wrap the turkey up in aluminum foil. My brother likes to masturbate with baby oil. Turkey and sweet potato pie. Sammy Davis Jr. only had one eye. Oh, turkey for the girls and turkey for the boys. My favorite kind of pants are corduroys. Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle. I wish turkey only cost a nickel. Oh, I love turkey on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today, guys, is Let's Talk About FTDs. Let's talk about you and me. Yeah, we're going to talk about failure delivers this morning. So I was going through the data this morning, actually, because I didn't have a chance. I didn't get back on the computer last night to take a look at the numbers. And there's a couple of things that I want to touch on here. Last time I went through this, it took me like 90 minutes to get through all this information. So apparently it took me 90 minutes. So I'll try to get through a little bit faster. Maybe I leave something out. Maybe I don't. But yeah, let's take a dive into this and see what we got going on here. We are down in the pre-market or opening market at down 0.23 at 663. In regards to the rest of the market, the VIX is showing down 3.07, which should mean that the market should be up. We got SPY up 0.62, looking like there's some green going on right now. But let's take a look at these failure to delivers. The first thing I'm going to do is take you over to the other non-filtered page here, and I'm going to throw this blinding screen up on here for you guys, because I know you just want to see, like, really bright stuff in the morning. But let's talk about this real quick here. So I went ahead and parsed out the data on Excel from the first week of October. Then I sorted out the AMC reported dates. The very first topic has already been solved in regards to what happened to the reporting on the 9th. The 9th was Columbus Day, and the banks are closed on the 9th, so that's the reason why we didn't get any reported data across the board on all stocks. I went back and referred to last year, which was the 10th of October for Columbus Day, and indeed there was no failure to deliver data for that day either, so that is consistent with what we've seen from the past. So we have the first 5 days reporting. We also have the 10th through the 13th. One thing that was interesting that I did note is that there was no failure to delivers reported whatsoever for the 29th of September. I did verify that information, that there was the only time that they don't report a number is when there is 0 failure to deliver. So it doesn't happen very often on AMC. I'd have to go through the information, pull it all up to give you guys an idea as to how often it does happen, but it's not very often. I want to say it's maybe happened like 2 times maybe in the last 3 years. So it's not really that long, or that many times, I mean. So it was really odd to see that there was no failure to deliver data, especially since there was some on both sides of the days traded prior to and after that day. So we'll go back and we'll take a look at some of those numbers here in just a little bit. But let's talk about some of the other things, some of the other issues. There's still a debate right now as to whether or not this is the correct QSIP. The one thing that I pulled up earlier this morning in regards to this was the OCC report that came out August 22nd. Right here was stating that the QSIP ID was for AMC was going to be 00165C302, and indeed that matches the 00165C302 that is showing up right now in the reports for the reported failure to delivers. It depends on what website you go to there. I mean, I did pull up a website that was, let me see here, stockanalysis.com, and they're saying that the QSIP ID number is 00165C104, which is obviously not the correct one. I think, I'm trying to remember, I had all this written down in notes someplace at one time, and I can't find my notes anywhere, so I'm having to go through the different filings, SEC filings, to see if I can find where they were going to state what the numbers were. But I would lean very heavily on this OCC report filing that was created on the 22nd. This is more than likely the correct QSIP number, but I will continue to dive into this until I find a definitive answer that's in the reports or the SEC filings, and so far I haven't stumbled across that. When I do, I will let you guys know. But as it stands right now, I don't have any reason to believe that this is inaccurate. What I would prefer, I mean, you guys can pull up whatever information you want to settle this, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this before the day is over. But the one thing that I do want to say is that if your QSIP number that is on your shares held by your broker does not match this 00165C302, and it's something different, then we need to look into that. We need to understand like why the brokers are reporting different numbers, perhaps, than what the SEC is reporting in their failure to deliver reports. I'm logging back into my broker right now to verify my broker and see what it is that they're reporting. I tried to look at it on my phone, but unfortunately the phone version of the app doesn't give that information. I'm pretty sure I can get to it pretty quickly here. I'm logging in right now since we're going to be doing numbers here in 15 minutes anyways, and I've delayed so long already. Let's see here. Let me log into my account. Let's see if we can resolve this. Let's see. Let's see. All right, I'm pulling up my account right now. Currently, AMC is up 1.05% at, or 0.9% at 671. For those of you, let me see. I don't see it there. I feel like in the past it's been way easier to find this. I think I'm probably going to skip past this and I'll check this out later because this is going to take too much time and I really just don't feel like spending time on this right now. I'd rather be talking about those failure to delivers. Yeah, I'll look at this later. I'll put the screen back to where it was supposed to be. All right, moving on. So, first topic, besides what's going on here, one of the things that I did was a lot of people were wondering, like, were there any other abnormalities that were found in the reporting since it was delayed on that reporting? Did we find anything abnormal? So one of the things that I checked was I wanted to look and see any institution that had 2 million or more failure to delivers on any given day, because there would have been failure to delivers that would have been occurring that would have possibly triggered threshold lists that never actually triggered because these failure to delivers weren't being reported. So I went through and I took a look at this, and lo and behold, we have some interesting ones in here. You can go through this page here and see for yourself what is all listed on here. There's some interesting stuff on this page, but the two biggest ones that stood out in my mind were JGLO, which had about 18 million in failure to delivers on October 3rd. And then the other one was CGC, which had 20 million. This is the largest one right here, 20 million in failure to delivers on October the 2nd. Those are the biggest ones. You can see that this is sorted by settlement date, QSIP symbol, quantity failed, description, price, all that kind of good stuff. One of the things that this does pull in regards to information, I can't actually go through and see how many failure to delivers there was total in the entire market. By summarizing everything, which is a big number, but that's not what I really want to focus on right now. What I want to focus on is two different topics, and I'm going to start with this JGLO. I kind of liked leaving the CGC for last. JGLO, JP Morgan Exchange Traded ETF. If you pull it up, if you pull this, where the heck is my... No, let's just pull it up. If you take a look at this, I'm on a 1 minute time interval, and the inception of this ETF was 9/13 of 2023, so September 13th, like really not that long ago. This is a pretty new ETF. The description of this I won't really read off here, as I have another page here that I'll be reading that off of in a minute. Total assets, 896.76 million in assets. It's kind of small. It's not very big. It's not huge. But one of the things that you need to recognize here is that something's going on here with this. I'm going to get rid of the Bollinger Bands real fast. Each one of these ticks in here are a 1 minute ticks. I don't have it on a daily or anything like that. This is the inception and the entirety of all the trading that's occurred on this since the inception date of trading. So a lot of these ticks in here are, you know, or some of these ticks in here are only, some of these actually are a full day. Some of these ticks are, one tick is the equivalency of one single trading day. So there's not a whole lot traded on a daily basis. If you look at the daily volume across the board, it could be anywhere from like 100 shares all the way up to maybe tens of thousands, maybe 10, maybe 60,000 shares tops. In that range, right? Except for this period of time right in here. Something happened right here. There's a very large quantity of volume that occurred. There's 5 specific ticks for that day. Most of these were towards the end of the day of these ticks right here. We've got one at 15:18, basically, what is that? 3:18, 3:31. 343, 357, and 1600 were the only ticks for that day. The total amount of volume, when you start adding it up, we had 5.4 million, another 5.4 million volume, 3.6 million in volume, another 3.6 million in volume, and then just 3,950 shares. When you add that all up, it equates to 18 million shares in volume traded on 9/29. 2 days later, remember there's a net settlement of 2 days. 2 days later, on that stock, it saw the largest quantity of failure to delivers that it's probably ever going to see. I don't know. But it had 18 million in failure to delivers 2 days later after it saw all that happen. So I don't have accurate failure to deliver data reporting yet on Ortex. Because they haven't updated their numbers yet, but I can pull up the rest of the information on this JGLO. One of the only things that I could really find that's being reported on here, and here's our large volume right here. This one stick of volume compared to the rest of the page here has nothing. There was 18.22 million shares on the 29th of volume. There was on October 13th, remember this is every 15 days that exchange reported short interest gets reported. On October 13th, the exchange reported short interest was 8 shares, and then by the 31st of October, which happens to be the day that I told you something broke, there was 176 shares in exchange reported short interest. There's no other data for me to look at. I mean, everything that I click on, there is no data. I can't pull up on loan amount. I can't pull up utilization. There is no utilization. I can't pull on loan average age, obviously, if there's no shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float, nothing. No data whatsoever. I mean, it's just blank across the board. Actually, I don't know if I tried this or no. I had advanced showing. Never mind. Go home. Okay, I'll go home. Anyways, this is, sorry, not showing me a whole lot, right? There's just really not a whole lot to be seen. Yeah.
Change my mind. Can you turn the heat on?
Yeah, I can turn the heat on. Hold on a second. I got to turn the heat on. Turn on the heat. Give me 1 second here. You watch. It's 66 degrees right now in the house. It's cold. Everybody's going to be complaining it's too hot later. All right, heat's on. Let's see here. It is cold in this house. I got a jacket on. I'm cold. All right, moving on. Where are we at here? Exchange reported short interest is the only thing that I see changing, right? Like, there's just really not a whole lot here to go off of. Something happened here. I don't know what happened exactly. One of the things that you can look at in regards to September 29th, that is, well, failure to delivers. I'll show you this here in a little bit. We know that failure to delivers does cause usually price to start rising about 35 days after, if those shares have to be found at some point or another. You could go through here and see how many trading days there's been since September 29th to current point in time. But then part of the reason why this might be rising in prices, there might be a lot of failure to delivers that may be needing to be located. But you can see there's definitely an increase in price moving upwards here, and there has been some elevated amounts of borrowing and short interest on this as that's been moving upwards. But anyways, moving on from that, what I will show you as well is this. This is chartexchange.com. If we scroll down to in regards to shares being traded in the marketplace, there was nothing really in here in regards to shares being traded that really kind of stuck out to me as being anything odd. I mean, there's a lot of shares that are traded off exchange. But anyways, taking a look at failure to deliver specifically, you can see here, this is that failure to deliver amount right here, and you can see that in contrast to every other day in here, there's very, very, very low numbers, and it's starting to spike a little bit right now. But that 18 million shares was extraordinary, and it did happen 2 days after the borrow period, or the volume period that occurred on the stock. So something's going on with this. I'm not sure exactly what with the JP Morgan exchange traded fund. One of the things that I wanted to do when I was investigating this is I wanted to look up to see what specifically JP Morgan was holding inside that ETF. One of the websites that I like to use a lot is called ETF.com, which usually helps give a breakdown on what positions are held inside the fund. And in this particular case here, it does give an analysis and insights on this and talks about what it is. For the sake of saving some time here, I'm not going to read through this, but you can read through that if you want to. One of the two things that I would point out here is it says this portfolio includes common stock and preferred stock, ETFs, depository receipts, and REITs, REITs. And then the other portion of this is that it says the fund may also use derivatives for security substitutes and to manage currency risks and cash flows. So, something's going on there. The interesting thing that I can't find out is what are they invested in. It does not give a breakdown of what's in here. Now, that's not entirely odd, and the reason that I say that is that oftentimes this ETF.com website is delayed by like a quarter. They're waiting for like information to show up before they can report it, and it's severely delayed. Probably a lot of it has to do with like maybe FINRA reporting cycle periods for quarters or whatnot. And since we all know this was created in September, the middle portion of September, there may not be enough information out for this website to be able to collect that data yet. We might be able to find out what they're holding in regards to this ETF, JGLO, but it's something worth investigating. I'm going to be looking into this a little bit more heavily. I want to know what's going on here. I want to understand why that 18 million shares in volume occurred on the 29th of September, and then why 2 days later it had 18 million shares in failure to delivers. Something weird's going on there. I'm not sure what, but I'm going to look into it. It's on my list of to-do things. The next thing that I want to present to you guys is that other one. The other one was CGC. There's some fun stuff to talk about in regards to this, but there's also the fact that there was a bunch of failure to delivers. This was the number one ranked failure to delivers during that non-reported period of time. Company. This is a cannabis company, I think in Canada. Canopy Growth Corporation is a Canada-based cannabis and consumer packaged goods company. So you got your weed plant is showing up on this list here. There was a very, very aggressive attack on price down, starting around $3 and some odd cents. This is a penny stock right now. There was an aggressive attack down in price. In a very short period of time, price was closing at around 38 cents, just a little over 38 cents, and there in a short period of time it drove up to about closing of 65 cents, right? So a little less than double the price. It was a quick move up, and I want to take a look at one thing real quickly here on that stock. And I know I don't really talk about other stocks unless it's related to AMC, and I'm going to show you how it's related to AMC here in a second. One of the things that we can look at here is here's the failure to deliver showing up, that 76.1. This isn't actually the 20 million. I'm sorry. It was 20 million shares that showed up, but look at the 76.1 million failure to delivers. I have told you guys time and time and again what causes a short squeeze. The very first thing that causes a short squeeze is failure to delivers. Why? Failure to delivers is a mandatory, within a 35-day period of time, a mandatory thing for institutions to go out and either borrow or buy shares within that time frame, that 35 days that they have to complete those failure to delivers. When that does not happen and they can't borrow, then they gotta buy, right? And so this is the number one reason why a short squeeze starts, because institutional buying causes price movement. It's not retail buying that causes price movement. So, and a lot of people who would suggest to you that a gamma squeeze is what causes a move in price. Maybe you could have a gamma squeeze without failure to delivers, but why? Why would institutions ever allow price to move outside of a safe zone for them in an options trade, right? I mean, they know what options are doing. There's no reason for them to do that. So the only time where you would see this happen, this basically had, the stock had a doubling in price, and there was a crap ton of failure to delivers that occurred during that period of time, right? Just a crap ton. So there may have been some options in here that may have been, somebody may have exercised and tried to collect on shares, and then you saw this massive failure to deliver after that price run up, right? This massive failure to deliver showing up at 76.1 million shares. So somebody had to find, between here and 35 days out, had to find shares. And if we count out the days here, and actually we'll just do it really, really quickly by going to this screen right here, and we're just going to go straight from that day of that 70-something million odd shares. And the reason I'm showing this to you guys is this was a squeeze. The date on this is July 18th. So we're going to go back to July 18th here, right here on this day, and we're going to draw a little box here. I'm going to show you 35 trading days from July 18th, and we're going to draw this out here, and we have 35 trading days. Is that span of time right there? The portion of time where they had to start buying shares started right in here. They started about a week before they were actually due by. And those last final days, as they were buying shares to try and complete the delivery of those shares, they were absolutely just, price was massively rising. Now, I say massively, this is really not that massive. I mean, squeezes could get way, way bigger than this, but the bottom of this is at about 40 cents. The top is $1.92. So it's pretty big. You know, it's a 4x move. It's a big move. Failure to delivers are a massive, massive reason as to why price moves upwards. When you start getting this price moving upwards, if options start exercising in here, that's where you start getting a gamma squeeze. Gamma squeezes can turn into a MOAS if people hold. If they hold their positions and they don't sell into this gamma, then that's when you start seeing MOAS. But in this particular case, I can prove to you where institutions started finding shares. And I'm going to also show you how synthetic price failure not specifically going into it tick by tick, but I'm going to show you how the idea behind volume falling day over day and synthetic price failure can give you an idea as to when the top of your squeeze has occurred on the backside. I know I've told this to you guys on many occasions, and I can prove it to you how this is going to work. It repeats itself time and time and time and again. It's nearly foolproof, I want to say. There are some situations it can get sticky, but it is a very repeatable signal. Very, very, very repeatable. Now look at this. You've got price running up. 70 some odd million shares were required to be purchased. Price is running up here. You get up to a top of about 192 and volume starts falling. Day over day. Day over day, volume starts falling. This is a daily time interval. The amount that price is dropping, or a synthetic price failure, is really, really massive. But in here, on these moves down, the price is moving back up, then down, then back up, back down. And ultimately, you're seeing a little bit less fall in price each time, which means synthetic price failure is going down, right? The amount that it's falling by each time it moves down, and day over day volume is starting to drop. When you get to this bottom, that means that the next time that the price runs up, it's going to get to within 25% or greater of the top being $1.92. So we put in $1.92 multiplied by 75%. 75% of the top is $1.44. If you can sell for $1.44 or higher, you are within 25% or better of the top. And if you look at the last two closing days where the signal is being given off, which is right in here on your sell point, and if you sell on a green day where price is moving up here, you can see the closing price for this day here is the high price on this day right here is $1.48. So it's definitely in that range of over 25%. The next day moving into this, anything over $1.44 is good. The closing for this day is $1.35. The high was $1.56. There was plenty of time in here to close. This was a very, very, very small squeeze. Somebody didn't hold. I can tell you that for certainty because institutions found shares. How do I know? I can just simply go in here and I can say, okay, well, what happened during that period of time? Why do I not still have this open? Hold on one second here. I got this off to the side somewhere. There we go. How do I know that somebody sold their positions? Take a look at the new versus return shares that occurred during that period of time. There was very large amounts of failure to delivers that occurred. The returned amount of shares are in green, and the loan shares during that period of time where they needed to find that 76.1 million shares is in purple. Right? They kept on loaning new shares. Even though they were returning shares, they never were able to find those shares, and that's why they had to start buying and price started rising. Now, what happened afterwards, it tells me that somebody was selling into this. Look how much more green there is here than purple. Somebody found the shares that they needed to find, and they were able to, even though there was some failure to delivers that did occur during that run-up, because there's going to be exercise positions back here, they found enough shares to be able to account for all the rest of whatever was needed. Or they may have even loaned some, because you could pull up on loan amount and see they did loan some on the way up. And then you can see on loan amount dropping. They found the shares that were needed. The squeeze was over. This is why it's really, really important to remember to hold for as long as you possibly can, because that's what causes price to rise. When you start selling too early, it kills the squeeze and ends everything, and that's why it doesn't turn into anything good. It's just blah. It ends. It's over. So that is a textbook perfect example for what starts a squeeze to occur, and what the signs are that to look for as to to know it's going to be over, when it's on the end side of it, right? Like, how do I know that it's peaked? That day over day volume dropping, they don't end. This is a very, very small squeeze, guys, and it took between the time of the top of this thing and the bottom. Oh, and by the way, the day that there was 20 million failure to delivers that were not reported until a later date was right on this time period here where the most amount of shares were being returned. They had 20 million shares on the 2nd of October, and that's I'm going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here. The 2nd of October is right there. That's the second. Dang near the bottom. And they were just returning loans like crazy. Loan shares. I mean, just you can see it. You can see the on loan amount dropping. They were just returning shares like a madman. The time from the peak to the time to the retest was 4 days. There was 4 days. Now there was probably only about 24 hours where you would have had a period of time where you would have been able to sell within 75% of the top on the backside here. But this is such a small squeeze. This is hardly anything. And it still took a day to recover the shares that were needed to recover. So it was pretty small. Small beans, small potatoes. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that because I think it's relevant to what it is that I've been telling you guys for a long time. And should hopefully encourage you a little bit as to knowing that something like this could definitely come to fruition. One of the things that I kind of want to point out to you as well in regards to AMC, and I kind of did this earlier this morning, is that the 9th was the day that wasn't reported that the banks were closed on. I want to mention this real quickly here. We had some very large quantities of failure to delivers that were starting to stack a week before the conversion and reverse split. So if we go back in time here to failure to delivers on AMC, and we go back to the 24th, remember, was the conversion and reverse split. If we go back a week prior to that, that's going to be the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th. And you can see here, starting on the 15th, they completely just stopped returning shares. They had 4 million shares for a little over 4 million shares for a little while. Then they just stopped returning. It built up to 13.8, then 32.9 million shares. Ultimately leading into 30.6, 29.3, 24.7, 36.5, and the day before the reverse split, it was 50.7 million shares. Now, if you take from that, what I did earlier this morning, and I showed you from the 9th going forward, here's the 9th, the day that the banks were closed. And you can see price starting to move up during that period of time where there would have been failure delivers that would have been occurring that would have needed to have been returned. You can see price moving upwards during that period of time. But here's that 9th, the day that the banks were closed. And that takes you back 35 days to 8/18, which is right during that period of time where they just stopped delivering shares, right? It was these days right here that they stopped delivering shares on. And price started rising up really, really quickly. So failure to delivers are a massive, massive, massive reason for why price moves upwards. Those failure to delivers are absolutely what needs to happen in order to see price movement moving. That's the only way that you can force institutions who are short to have to buy, other than dividends. But more than likely, even with dividends, they're not going to buy anything that's going to be your brokers that'll end up buying shares. So failure to delivers are a big, big reason. Taking a look at I feel like there was more to this. I feel like I left something out this morning. Let's see here. Somebody's saying QSIP for current AMC. I'm gonna head back to the back of the big tramp here real quick because it sounds like I haven't been able to keep up with what you guys have been writing in there. So it looks like maybe you guys might have been doing some research while I was gone. It is time for numbers. We can move straight into numbers right now. All right, let's do it. Let's move into numbers. All right, starting, taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Was there anything, Pirate, that I missed that was in the chat that was something worth noting, or I couldn't keep an eye on it while I was talking? No? Maybe? Your microphone's off. Alright. Let's move on.
Sir.
Okay.
No, just general jacking around. Nothing noteworthy.
Cool. Let's take a look at the numbers that we got going on then here. Let me move a couple pages around and we will get into this. All right, starting in the top left-hand side, price predictions for the day. I probably have an email from, or not an email, but a message from Apex telling me his numbers. No, not there. He probably told me somewhere. I don't see Apex with his numbers up anywhere. He may have put them in the chat earlier this morning and I just didn't see him. I'll have to go back and check him out. But price prediction, if he didn't put in a price prediction, he'll be going with what he had from yesterday with 544 to 844. Eric's going he's going with Twisty's numbers 512 to 812. I have 551 to 851. TB has 540 to 840. Apex's yesterday's numbers is going to stop both myself and TB from getting any extra bonus points. So hopefully he changed it, and we'll find out about it later. Taking a look at oh, my numbers are all jacked up over here. Hold on 1 second. There we go. And I gotta go back and refix a whole bunch of screens here. There we go. Alrighty, starting with short exempt volume. Due to the fact that we had larger quantities of volume yesterday, just slightly higher than the estimates that I gave you for 5 to 25 million. I think it was like 26 point something million shares traded. We ended up seeing a little bit higher short exempt volume, coming in at 277.5 thousand shares. Yesterday, our price was down 7.12%, and we were utilization was slightly down day over day to 29.66%. As a result of that price movement, we did get max pain pushing down to $7.50 by the end of the week. Off exchange by this time of the day would expect to be about 44% going through there, and EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%. We have 55.81% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 10.69. The combined total on that 66.5%, or about 12.5% higher than I would expect it to be. We are seeing a lot of suppression in price movement, even though we're moving up in price. Taking a look at CHX volume for the day today, it's at 100 shares so far. Nothing unusually large going on there. GME CHX volume for the day is at 200, so also nothing unusual. Moving on to institutional ownership, earlier this morning it was reported at 42.898 million shares. I'm refreshing now, it's now 42.915 million. Let me change my numbers. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $7 strikes. That's where it was yesterday, and there's currently 4.9 thousand contracts in volume. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike. That's 50 cents lower than what our strike price was yesterday. We have 2,000 contracts so far at a $6.50 strike. The market's suggesting a closing price between 6.5 and 7 by the end of the day. For the end of the week, 7 to 8. Taking a look at Ortex. Let's give it a quick little refresh here.
AC,
Yes, sir.
while you refresh, I bring it to your attention. On your thing for live, it's 7 short only now. It went from 8 to 7, so just letting you know it changed.
Cool. Thank you. Short share interest of the free float showing borrowed change. We have 375,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Let's see here. Let me change my numbers. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise a little to 9.11%. Cost to borrow mins at negative 0.2 rather, which usually means that there's shares being borrowed and returned in the same day. Cost to borrow average is when it's negative like that. Cost to borrow average is 1.17, max is 2.73. The total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 13.1 million shares. That's 280,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 94,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out. Let's take a look at some of these numbers and what they look like day over day here. We'll take a look at utilization first. Day over day on utilization, it did drop from 30.83 to 29.66%, so a little more than a percent down. On loan amount, day over day did drop. That's the 13.38 down to 13.1. That's 280,000 shares returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float being reported, showing as a drop from 9.1 down to 9.06. And then our security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 1.78 million down to 1.64. MMRI shooting back up. Earlier this morning it was at 281.36. Now suddenly we're getting, and I think there's a bond. I think there's a bond sell buyback or something like that. I think today might be the day. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I forget. It's probably today because we're seeing these numbers jump up quite a bit here. We went from 281 to 286.41. And there's obviously been a little bit more of a spread. The 10-year didn't jump up nearly as much as the 2-year did. The spread rate earlier this morning was at 0.484% difference between the two. That is not me. Somebody's weed whacking outside. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on the list. There's a little more buying going on by retail today than there has been. Just a little bit. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $5.99. Shares available to borrow showing at 3.8 million shares. From earlier this morning, it looks like there's been about 200,000 shares more borrowed for the day today, which is putting us at a total of 4 million shares borrowed for the day, compared to the 0.8 million or 800,000 shares borrowed yesterday. Fees did temporarily rise up a little bit earlier from 1 to 1.2, but is back down to 1% now. Calls, we have 80.9 thousand contracts out of the money versus 4.1 thousand contracts that are, 80.9 thousand contracts out of the money versus 4.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 12.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 25.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Ooh, AMC is getting some nice price movement. All right, taking a look at different indexes here. Let's see what we got going on. NASDAQ is up 0.43. Dow Jones is up 0.29, and the S&P 500 is up 0.3. We have 3,740 advancers to 2,055 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but not cooking with bacon grease just yet. Getting close, though. Very, very close. Taking a look at big bank movers for this morning. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 16.67. We have nothing else that meets that criteria to be shouted out. Ethereum Classic is up 0.05 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.62 and trending up. Oil is down 0.72 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.04 and trending down. And the SPY is up 0.32 and had an initial trend up in market open, trended down for a little bit, and is starting to break that trend down and starting to head back up here. It's kind of interesting to see the US dollar up right now as much as it is and seeing the market still green. That's kind of unusual. Taking a look at the VIX this morning, VIX is down 2.1%. It did open up gapping down and has trended up ever since then. VBR is up 0.67 and trending up. VB is up 0.67, trending up. Those are the two largest ETF holders of AMC. Tesla is down 3.04% and trending down. Amazon is up 2.11 and consolidating after an initial trend up in market open. Cinemark is up 1.18, trending up. Doge is down 0.17, and it looks like it broke the consolidation. Is starting to move down a little bit. Bitcoin is up 0.1. Looks like it's trying to break the trend down. I mean, it is breaking the trend down that it was in and trying to recover into some consolidation. GME is up 0.92 and trending up after market open that consolidated. And then HYMC is down 2.35, and after an initial market open down, it is kind of consolidating currently. NCMI is up 0.36, consolidating. Hood is up 0.84, consolidating. And AMC is up 4.86 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have about $750,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.87 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. For volume, I was anticipating additional volume today. After 65 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 29.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 45 million. We need to find out where synthetic price failure resets real quick here. Give me 1 second while I figure it out. $7.49. I just want to draw this in real quick here because it's a good indication as to where we may see kind of a top at some point. But 750 is where the synthetic price failure resets at. We'll call it 750. I'm gonna call it 749 because I got 7.498. So we'll just call it 749. I have a Fibonacci retracement at 750, so I don't want to cover it up. We did hit this Bollinger Band on the way up here. So the more than likely price is going to try and come back down and meet back up with the simple moving average. It could be around that 686 price level. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.11, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 55.43, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.52, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.59, which is above average after having signaled overbought here. So we can probably see a little bit of a pullback. And what else do I got going on here? Looks like there might be some news. Five reasons not to buy AMC. That'll probably be what it says. Why AMC could be a risky investment. Stocks edged down ahead of Fed minutes, Nvidia earnings okay, so this is looks like most of the I'm not sure where AMC is listed in this, but let's see here. Where was it? I missed it. I don't see where it's got AMC listed in here. I guess they just decided to just post this under AMC and call it AMC News for whatever reason. There it is right there. Meme stock AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated hit a fresh all-time low. There we go. A fresh all-time low. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that with a follow-up portion on the end of that saying, allowing investors to average down massively, being able to take advantage of averaging down.
Hey, KC.
Mm-hmm.
You said 749?
749, yes.
So that's the next one. And I put it in the breaking news. Looks like they're going after another crypto exchange, Binance or whatever.
Binance.
Yeah,
Binance. It's Binance. It's properly pronounced Binance, according to Janet Yellen. It is.
Okay.
Well,
shall forever be known as
happy
Binance.
It didn't went with Beyonce.
Yeah, it's 4.3, not million, but billion they got to pay.
Yeah.
Because they were found guilty.
You missed yesterday? Where were you yesterday? Were you here yesterday? I can't recall.
On and off because of the baby.
I think he missed it yesterday. We went over
Yeah.
most of it yesterday.
Oh yeah. This is old news, and but yeah, there's a bunch of different exchanges that they're kind of targeting right now. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
A lot.
And the other thing is the SPY made a new high.
New all-time high? No.
No, not 52-week high, just a new high for today.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The 456.38. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like a pivot. I put it in the chat. A pivot. Man, I can't talk today. Jeez. A pivotal point in time for the markets of where it's at. It's a make it or break it time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I sure do. There was something that just jogged my memory. Oh, somebody is asking. There was something that jogged my memory. Oh, Paula says, "What about the clouds?" I forgot to talk about the Ichimoto clouds. Hold on a second here. Let's go to the 1 hour time interval for the Ichimoto clouds and talk about it. Damn it.
Minus a point for KC. No.
Yeah, I know, right? It happens. I didn't take you back to the other page yet, so I wasn't technically really done. Let's see here. So as far as Ichimoto goes, $7.55 is what we need to break through the 1 hour time interval. Lagging line doesn't actually break past price line for today until let me see here, 19. Yeah, price would need to be over 728 or higher, and at that point price is pretty much already running into the cloud. So really 755 is the big push point that we would need to see. Earlier this morning I had mentioned that I didn't really think that 755 was going to be attainable for the day today, just simply based off of how far price would have to move to get there. But a more likely possibility is seeing price closing very, very close to where price might trade sideways through the cloud going into pre-market opening market on Friday. So I would kind of suggest like maybe something just slightly below the cloud or just slightly above. When you look at the ranges on that, it's like 695-ish to 705. That's kind of the range that I'm expecting to see price closing today, which really puts us at like, basically $7. So here we are sitting at $6.93 now, which, I mean, maybe we'll see some retracement, maybe some build back up again, but that's very, very close to that price range that I'm talking about by the end of the day today. Getting us through this cloud is the first step to seeing more buying pressure kicking in going into Friday, in Friday's trading session. Taking a look at a 4 hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, conversions below base. The cloud is way, way, way up here. Now, when you're looking at this indicator, Ichimoto basically tells the rules for Ichimoto, and using this trading indicator really just kind of tells you. And by the way, guys, for anybody who's new here, it's not Ichimoto. We just renamed it. It's Ichimoku cloud. I think I'm probably saying it wrong still, but it's not Ichimoto. Anyways, using this indicator, the rules state like trading should not occur inside the cloud, right? Like you shouldn't make a position, whether it be buy or sell, inside of a cloud. Like you've either waited too long or you should hold off. One of the two. Like if it's selling, you waited too long to sell. If you're in the cloud, it's like you might as well just wait and see if it doesn't happen to return out of the cloud, it does happen on occasions, but more often than not, it's going to transfer through the cloud. But your trades should not exist inside the cloud. So when you have conversion crossing base and lagging line crossing price line to the top side, that's a buy signal. Doesn't matter whether it's below the cloud or above the cloud. So in this particular case, for the 4-hour cloud today, price could get up to around $8.36, and I actually wrote down $8.35 on my board here. $8.35 would be a buy signal if price got up there and conversion had crossed over base and lagging line would be over price line at that point. There would be a little bit of room in here between $8.35 and $8.70 some odd cents where the market is suggesting that there would be a buy signal if you were to try to get in early on some kind of price run that's going to move through the cloud. But that is still quite a ways away from today, and I don't expect to see that happening. Like I said, the 1-hour cloud's kind of pointing more towards like a $7 close. So it's probably not going to happen, right? Like that's not really, I wouldn't be forecasting something like that. Looking at where $7 is, and I'll just put it up on the screen here so you can see it. No, it won't, because that just makes it really confusing looking. $7 is it's like rate. I mean, it's pretty much where we're at right now in trading price because we're at 688, right? It's just a little bit above that. So if you figure we go into Friday at 688, $7, somewhere right around there, the chances of moving up and having a continuation and getting to the point to where we would be testing on breaking through this cloud would probably not be until later on, like into next week. But this cloud is thick. Very, very, very thick portion of cloud here, and that's not typically where price likes to drive through. When it does drive through really thick clouds like this, it's super, super bullish. But anyways, I'm just throwing it out there. The number for today, the magic number would be 835 to 875, and then there would be a little bit of a period of time where there might be some stalling out of price movement until you saw something above 955. So the cloud is thick. Let's see here. Taking a look at taking you guys back to the main page. All right, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp.
Hey, KC.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You think going after all these, tinfoil hat, you think going after all these Kraken, Binance, and all that is a way to clean up the tokenized swaps?
I really think that the Fed has its eyes. The Fed, I think actually our government as a whole, I don't think it's necessarily just the Fed. Our government as a whole has its eye on trying to corner those currencies that are traded off the market. A lot of people rely on exchanges or banks to make trades through or for those positions, and if they can sort of catch those exchanges red-handed doing things that they shouldn't be doing, then that means that they get to put them under regulations and scrutiny that they didn't typically have from the past, right? Like it's basically like saying like I own you now, bitch, and you're mine, right? So a good example of that is, and I know this is gonna start a fire. This is gonna start a fire. Computer share is actually a perfect example of what it is that I'm talking about in regards to that. Computer share was caught a long time ago, acting as a broker when they were not licensed to be a broker. The SEC caught them and banned them from making trades in the marketplace anymore in the future, forcing them into a direct registry. Like the only thing that they allowed them to do at that point was direct registry. And and so they basically said, like, you're our bitch now. You're basically gonna do the dirty work of holding shares, and that's gonna be what your title is gonna be from here on out, and we're gonna own you. So that's the penalty of, like, if you want to continue to exist as a company who's going to interact with the exchanges in the U.S. Once you get caught doing something bad, you get slapped, and then the next thing you know, you're the banking system. Now, Pirate made a great point yesterday. Why would any bank in the world, anywhere, it doesn't even matter if it's the U.S. or outside of the U.S., want to see cryptocurrencies be successful when they could potentially be taking away some of their money? Right. Like the transactions that are going through, and if those transactions are going through exchanges that aren't through banks, then the banks aren't making money, and they're losing potential profit, right? Like, and that's bad. It's really, really bad for banks. So banks aren't going to be happy about the idea. So what would banks love to do? They would love to have some kind of ownership of those exchanges. And what better way to get ownership of those exchanges than by catching them red-handed doing things they shouldn't be doing?
Yes, sir.
I would go so far as to say it could be an existential threat. I mean, if I was a banker, I would, it's like they're a fucking dinosaur.
Competition.
And this whole digital currency thing is like the asteroid that's coming to wipe them all out.
Yeah, like the banking system is obsolete. Like it's found its timeline. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, you're not far off the mark, Doug. I mean, think about it. There was a time when brick and mortar banks were it. It was a building where your money was literally kept in a fucking strongbox behind a loosely cobbled together steel bars. Yeah. Look how far that has changed to modern day banking. So I don't think it's a stretch to say you'll see a continuation of that evolution. And it doesn't bode well for anyone who makes their living under the current system.
Yes, sir. Well, I've got something to share, but it's not that long, Casey, if you allow me to. Something that I found at Walmart this morning because we ran out of baby wipes, and I went up to it, and I found it very peculiar.
Bidet.
There were no humans. There were hardly any humans scanning. They all had self-scanners, and when I looked down to pay cash, it didn't say cash on it. It kind of scared me because it brought my attention to when we used to have dollar notes. And it says notes plain as day on there where you put the cash in. It doesn't say cash, insert cash. It says insert note. And I like, what the heck is this? Why does it say notes? And so I had to do some research. Before the American dollar, we were on notes. And so I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention if they go to Walmart and see that. I find it very peculiar,
Slowly but surely, the reprogramming happens. Slowly but surely.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Zayas is saying Casey Infidelity AMC's QSIP is 00165 C302, which is the same thing as that OCC filing that I pulled up earlier this morning, and also what's listed as by the SEC. But I would hope, and I'm going to confirm this on my account as well, Dr. Zayas, just to verify, and on all my accounts through all the brokers that I have, and just verify that I have the correct QSIP number listed on all of them, because I think that's important to look at. Jana also wanted to know, just curious, do you think we will hit more downside? I was thinking it may go a little lower. I'm trying to buy a few more shares. Jana, I can't. I mean, there's so you know better than probably everybody here because you've been around for a long time. I've always said, is so long as the hedge funds are alive and there aren't people walking out with their crap all packed up in boxes, the potential for price movement downwards is always there. I cannot tell you, I cannot be more adamant about there being more potential downside until that happens. In the meantime, currently, what it appears to be is that we hit a synthetic price failure and started swinging around on that turning point of 43%. That's what we hit at $6.52 was a 43% drop from 11.43. So that is a very classic turning around point is 40%. So we hit 43 and we started turning around at 652. Whether or not it's going to continue and break to newer highs, I won't know for sure until we hit and break solidly past $7.49. So we're either looking for new bottoms or we're looking for higher something to break $7.49. I don't know which will come first. I have no way of knowing that. But I can for certain tell you that as long as hedge funds are shorting AMC and still in the game, there will still always be potential possibility for downwards momentum and price movement. And then as Nana says, plus I can't give financial advice. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate that. And good morning, Nana. I don't think I've said good morning. Good morning. I hope all is well with you, with your daughter. I haven't heard some of the recent news, so. Cassius says, thank you for saying that QSIP number again. Few, okay. For a minute, I was thinking mine was incorrect. Ooh, okay, that doesn't sound right, English Jim. English Jim is saying my QSIP number is 00165C3025. But maybe it's got a 5 on the end because I'm in a different country. You know what, English Jim? Give me just a second. Let me do a little bit of research here. I know I have seen it listed before some places. It's kind of jogging my memory. So, and that's a very dangerous thing to do. But I feel like I have seen QSIPs listed before that have like an identifier on the end of it. It's like usually like a -5 or dash something at the end, which might be representative of something that maybe your broker's using. It's hard to say for sure. If you see something like that with a -5 at the end of it,
KC?
Yeah.
I just wanted you to see it's noteworthy. I didn't want you to skip it. You know that Gigolo site you were looking at, ETF thing?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Zanis put in what's in the fund, Microsoft, Nvidia, Coca-Cola, and so on in the chat if you want to look at that.
Okay, give me a minute here. I'm trying to look up this. I don't see.
Yes, sir. I just didn't want you to miss it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Let's see. What date was this filed? August 31st. So this is a filing from a statement of ownership that I'm looking at that was August 31st, that's showing that 00165C302. But I'm not seeing, I'm typing in what it is that you said, and I'm trying a couple different combinations of it, and I'm not seeing it pulling up anywhere. What I would do, English Jim, if I were you, is I would contact your broker and find out why you have a 5 on the end of your QSIP number. Other than that, I can't.
I would really love to hear that. I would really love to hear that.
Other than that, I can't really help you in regards to why there's a 5 there. I mean, it could be entirely what that, the reason that you stated, the fact that you're in a different country may be the reason. Usually, if I'm not mistaken, in other countries they use a CISN, forgetting what it's called. CSIN number, I think that's what it is.
And for international? Hard to say.
Shoot, I can't remember what it's called now off the top of my head. Might just be...
Frank said,
"Oh yeah,
ISIN,
CINS." This is how my brain works. I'm trying to call it a CSIN, and it's CINS. I'm just so dyslexic. It's crazy. All right, it's a CINS.
Sounds like me.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing and a terrible thing all at the same time. CINS number is something that you typically go by in foreign countries, which AMC does have a see, I can't even do it again. I already forgot what it was. I'm going to keep on doing it until I beat it into my doggone head. CINS number. You may have a CINS number, but that doesn't... I don't think that meets the requirements. Let me just check something real quick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, because it says here that... CINS number consists of 9 characters, so I don't know. I don't know.
Dr. Zayas was claiming that it's a check digit calculated through an algo, whatever a check digit means.
I worked for a company one time that actually had check digits to verify that it was an actual real number, because people could accidentally fat finger in the wrong number, and so the way the system worked is that every number was given a validating digit on the very end that was a check digit number, essentially to verify that the number was actually real and correct, because only that number would generate a specific output number. Does that make sense to you?
That's interesting.
Yeah,
you just taught me something. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
The only way the algorithm would ever come up with that specific number is if it was a real bona fide number, and it's to help prevent fat fingering.
Two-party authentication, like a two-party authentication, but for the QSIP.
Right. And so every time somebody would put something in or do a data entry, it would verify that to verify that it was an actual real number based off the algorithm. The algorithm would say like, oh, yep, that's definitely a real number because only the number that you typed in would have generated that specific number on the end. Believe it or not, those systems are fallible. I've actually broken them before. I found weaknesses in those systems before, and I had to point it out to an IT group one time, and leave it to somebody like me to be able to break a system.
Shame on you.
They were kind of pissed because it was the whole system was created to prevent human flaw or human error, and when I broke it or proved to them that it could be broken, they didn't like that very much. They thought that was terrible. It ruined the whole idea that they could continue to use the system.
Secretly, KC is AI. No. Well,
it really wasn't. It was a mistake. It was an accident that I broke it. I mistakenly put in.
That's what they always say, Casey.
No.
I've had guys like you work for me before. They could break a
No.
iron. They could break a blacksmith anvil with a feather duster.
I mistakenly fat fingered the number and it went through, but I caught it because I knew that I had accidentally fat fingered the number incorrectly, and it went through. And when I submitted the report, because I fixed it before anything terrible happened, and I submitted a report, and they're like, they were pissed off because they're like, damn it, that beats this beats the fat fingering problem.
Well, speaking of fat fingers, rugged.
Yeah, I know, real thick here. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Rugged.
Morning.
Rugged, good morning to you. I didn't say good morning to everybody in here. Good morning. Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Pepperoni, and good morning, Pirate. I don't think I said good morning to everybody yet, but now I have.
It's okay. You're minus 2 points already today. You're racking them up, sir.
You know what? Nobody's going to remember by Friday. We'll all have had our tryptophan and have had really good... well, some of us, a lot of us will have had our tryptophan by then. And
yes, sir.
Having had our nice sleepy time.
Well, I'm excited because I just found out that the VFW and the American Legions are having a turkey dinner too, so I get to eat 2 turkeys at 2 different places, and then I get to go to a family house.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna be fat.
But Donkey Kong, you know what we call those? There's a name for those. You guys ever done one of those before?
Turkey trot.
You never do a turkey trot?
I didn't know it was called that. What is that?
Yeah. I mean, it has nothing to do with stocks, but if you, a lot of places have turkey trots. A turkey trot is usually like a race, a running race that's held, or it could be a walkathon or something like that. But essentially, it's usually like a kind of a fun event where people can go on Thanksgiving Day. They can go run, some distance that they've got set up for the race, and usually they'll award like free turkeys and stuff to like every 15th finisher. It's just fun. It's fun to do. Joe says El Paso has a turkey trot, a 3-mile race. Yeah, they're usually about they're either 5K or 10K. 5K is usually for the little kids and people who just want to walk or stroll or whatever. 10K is from the more serious runners, and they're fun. It's a fun event to go do. Thanksgiving Day before you go to do Thanksgiving, and they usually give prizes and stuff at the end. A lot of times it's involving turkeys. So that's awesome.
Well, I was hoping you go before because I couldn't do it after.
UPS delivery guy is doing a 4K turkey trot tomorrow. That's awesome. I've never hunted for a turkey in a boat. Never.
3-mile race? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, 5K is 3.1. 4K is a little bit less than that. It's less than 3. Not much, but what is it? Probably like 2.6 or something.
No, thank you.
I could probably walk it, Casey. If I try to probably run it, I need to diaper it up first.
You need to check your hunting regulations. In most areas, shooting wildlife from a boat is verboten. It's not considered sportsmanlike because of the ability to travel silently. Gives you an unfair advantage against the wild game. You'll find yourself in handcuffs. So be careful shooting wildlife from a boat, other than duck hunting, obviously.
Yeah, I kind of do something like that. I rent a Ferrari and I go to the bar right around closing time. And, that's what I like to do. And, that's legal. I can go hunting there, and that works out pretty well for me.
Yeah, you got to bait the hook somehow.
It's kind of like throwing dynamite in a lake or an ocean to get fish. They frown on that. Yep.
Trending Up says, I did a 5K at our turkey trot, 27:27. I was proud of that time. Not bad. Good job.
So, KC, you've done one? Is that why you know about the Toyota turkey trot or whatever the heck it is?
Yeah, growing up, my parents used to have us sign up for those. And the very first time I ever did one, I signed up for the 10K, thinking that I was a badass and I could, just...
God.
I'd never run long distance. The most I'd ever run at that point was like a mile in any one setting. So I signed up for that 10K, and which is like 6.2 miles, I think. I was so in last place that they were getting ready to pack up the time clock when I finished the finish line.
Oh man.
That was the first time I ever ran it, and but I'll tell you what though, it made me a stronger runner. Experiencing what it was, I went all out the first mile. Let me tell you, I went all out. I thought I was finished. I was tearing it up the first mile. Everything after that sucked. But I did finish, and after that I started doing the 5Ks, which is only wait, am I saying that right? Yeah, 5K is 3.1, right? Yeah, I think it's 3.1 miles. So I started doing the 5Ks after that. Wait, I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Hold on a second here.
I think you're fine. I'm just thinking during that 10K, if you had to, go over to the side of the road and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, that's
or
right.
anything during that time.
Yeah, well, I did. There was bathroom at the turnaround point, the halfway distance. There was a couple Johns sitting there, so there was bathroom places. But you'd be surprised when you're running a 6.2 mile race. It's really not that. I mean, you don't. Depending on how much training you've done beforehand, you probably wouldn't even need to drink anything, depending on how hard you're running it. But it's really not that far. But 3.1 miles is a 5K, and I was doing those 5Ks. I had worked myself up to the 5Ks after my parents had got us doing those for a couple of years in a row, and I think I was finishing them in like 18 minutes.
Gosh.
Yeah. So I was.
Like me and my wife.
I got second place. The best I ever got in one of those turkey trots was second place, and they actually awarded turkeys to first and second. So I got a turkey that year. And then I tried later on going back to the 10K just to run it so I could finish it like with a better time. I have no idea what I got for time on it. I used to save all those. I used to save all the tags that I used to wear and would put like the place that I finished in and the time and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I hope everybody has an opportunity this holiday week to finish somewhere. So,
but if you guys ever have a chance to do it,
I wish.
If you guys ever have a chance to do a turkey trot, I highly recommend it. It's fun for the family. If you got a family and you want to do, like a together thing and it doesn't take very much time in the morning. You can go stick your turkey in, hopefully in a fashion that it's not going to burn your house down. Go do your turkey trot real nice and early in the morning, and then you've worked yourself up a great appetite for Thanksgiving dinner or lunch or whatever you want to call it. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. Kids will have fun. You'll have fun. It might be a little chilly out.
I don't know about all that, Casey. I'm not too good at those runs. I walk.
Hey, everybody, there's, and usually in those 5Ks, there's, some people will put on strap-on rollerblades. You won't win any prizes if you strap on rollerblades unless you happen to win one of the random prizes. But, some people rollerblade it. Some people push baby strollers. Some people just walk the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah. There's all kinds of range of abilities. Go out and have some fun and just get out and exercise with your family because it's a great thing to do.
Yeah, I can find my second wife. No, I'm just playing.
I'll go if I can ride in a grocery cart while you push me and I drink beer for the whole trip.
There you go.
But I want to whistle so I can blow the whistle as we pass people. Other than that, I'm going to take a pass.
Same here. Yep.
Telling
Not
my
that I ain't lazy, KC. I do a lot. I ain't lazy. It's not my cup of tea.
I know, but you know, whatever. It's good to get out.
I think walking is fine. I think moderate. I'll walk them. When I walk one of my girls to school in the morning, it's a mile round trip. Gets me moving. It's
There you go.
a good thing. And just do that 5 to 10 times a week or something.
Try it. Now, KC, I might change my mind if, someone came up to me and said, "Hey, I'll give you 10 shares of AMC if you join this race." Yeah, I'll join it then. Yeah.
Tokenized shares. Tokenized.
That's right. Yeah.
You can have a pirate coin.
God. I must say, I didn't think I was going to see this because you know how they like to do on the long weekends. They want retail to look at our portfolio and go, "Oh my goodness, I don't have anything." So I thought they were going to rake us down today, and boy, was I wrong.
Expect the unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
They're still young, Doug.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Yeah. I figured.
Wait until we get some kind of announcement that we were. I think my microphone's lagging a little bit. I'm gonna unplug here for a second. That way I don't keep doing this because I keep interrupting. So.
Oh no.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Interrupting something or other.
Ah!
I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember the joke. Anyways.
No, you missed it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say pirate blue. No.
Let me unplug my mic here. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Everyone. Mike in there.
I'm glad he can find the hole.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool.
You missed it. We were clowning on you, Casey.
That's all right. It happens. I'm big enough to be able to take it.
Okay? Did you plug it in good? Did you find the hole?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Took me a little bit longer than usual, but
Wow.
It's tight.
See, I've heard you talk many times about all your bicycling events and the Ironman, and I've wanted to ask you several times, and I always forget. Have you ever done one where you carry Melissa on your back? I've seen some of those. They look pretty. I've seen some of them look pretty cool. It's like they got to go through like a mud course, and they got to carry their spouse the entire way. Some of those guys, their wife rides like upside down because it's better for their back and all that. I mean, I'm serious now. There's like a real event like this.
So we did. Gosh, I'm trying to remember what that was called.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
We did the Spartan, I think, is what we did one time.
Yeah.
But the Spartan, cool. The Spartan doesn't require you to carry your wife or anything like that. But it is whatever it takes to get through the obstacle course is what it takes. And I think at the end of the Spartan,
is that what it is?
At the end of the Spartan, there's a I think you may be talking about something different. So I'm just telling you what I have done. I haven't done anything where I've had to carry her before or anything like that. But at the end of the Spartan, and I think I'm trying to remember if it's the Spartan. It might be called something different. But there was a
Matt says Tough Mudder.
really big like half pipe. It was like just one side of a half pipe, and you had to like run up and get to the top of the thing. And so Melissa wouldn't have been able to run up it and get to the top. She tried. I don't even think she tried because we were watching people before we did our attempt, and there were some people that were just like face planting into the into the side of the thing, and it was
the pipe. You couldn't build up enough momentum.
Yeah,
momentum to carry them to the top.
So I reached over the once I got up, I reached over the edge and got my arms out there, and she ran up and grabbed onto my
Snatch her up.
pulled her up the rest of the way. There was a couple different people who were, and then we sat at the top and helped other people. There were some people that just couldn't make it, and if they needed help and they wanted help and they acknowledged they wanted help, we sat there for a little bit and helped people. And then there's a really fun slide on the other side where you slide down into a thing of water, and it was super super fun. But also, like I don't know how people don't get sick from those races. I really don't know how they don't get sick. There's some weird stuff that was going on there, and I didn't understand why they were doing what they were doing. But they handed out safety pins for people to put on their numbers. And one of the very first events that you have to do is you have to crawl through a really really muddy pit on all fours that's got barbed wire over the top of you. And you're crawling through this mud.
Infantry training from boot camp.
And I'm talking like when I say muddy, it was like part of your face is submerged underwater, and so it's not just mud. It's like muddy water. And one of the things is that people were coming out of the pit without the safety pins on their numbers because they were going belly first, and that's where they had put their pins on with their numbers, because that's, if you want to photograph, you got to put it on the front side. So this entire pit's filled with open safety pins.
That's just another added element. That just adds to the challenge, man.
And there were other belly down obstacles that you had to go through, and I remember looking down and seeing the safety pins, and I knew I was getting jabbed, but I just kept on going anyways. And I don't know if I ever want to do that again, but it was fun the first time until I saw the safety pins. I was like, it's not exactly the most sanitary thing, getting poked by a safety pin that maybe somebody else got poked by. But I never got sick from it, so that I know of. As I sit here, still with temperatures for over a month.
Yeah, how's that going, Kate? Do you have any updates?
No, 2 nights ago I actually had a 101.5 temperature. I could feel it. My face was very, very numb. So
701.
Still getting
Not good.
Yeah, still getting high temperatures, and I do have updates on like some of the like I got some of my blood work back. There's definitely.
They told you to quit eating red meat? No,
not at all. I'm a little concerned a little bit about what my doctor had to say specifically about it. But he told me that I had mild elevations to the inflammatory markers. He said they're not concerning for significantly high range, but if symptoms are still persisting, then recommend follow-up to reevaluate. And then he says your platelet count increased slightly to 485. This is the second time it has increased, recommending to come back in 4 weeks to reevaluate. No other significant laboratory normality. And then I went on to look at the data point. The first data point that they had was from the ER visit that I had on November 17th, and it was 485 for the platelet at that time. Previously to that, the value was 332, like when I got checked in like April of 2021 for whatever random reason at that time. So I guess I would assume normal for me would be around like 332. So it jumped from 332 to 428, and then between July 20th, it went up to 428. My bad, I'm reading these numbers wrong. July 20th is when it went up to 428. I'm at 485 now. So sometime between July 20th and November 17th, it's jumped up from 428 to 485. So something's going on. Platelet numbers are increasing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it means. Yeah.
I'm wondering, so sometimes if your platelet count is going like that, I'm wondering if, sometimes you look at your red blood cell sizes as well. I think it's like RDW or something like that. And it can tell you like the longevity or like sort of the maturity factor of the cells are they reproducing too rapidly and then dying off rapidly?
Well, Papa Mac is asking if I had elevated white count, and the answer I think to that is yes.
Not encephalitis either, right?
The WBC was elevated at 11.02, and I guess the threshold is 10. So that was elevated. The platelet number was elevated, and I don't know what any pound is. That was elevated. MO pound was elevated. MO pound. Let's see what else was elevated. ESR was elevated, and that's it. Those were the elevated items.
So far, a day before Thanksgiving, I've heard a lot of poking and a lot of pounding going on.
Yeah, pretty much. Texas Aggie is asking if I've had any vaccines. I've had 0 vaccines. I'm not vaccinated.
Yeah, same here. I don't believe in them. Joe Pounce.
But Donkey Kong says sometimes we see moves like this, and then shortly after we hear things like dilution has ended. That's what I had mentioned about last time that we had dilution in regards to back here. Dilution was announced on the 9th last time, or I'm sorry, the 6th, and was announced that it was completed by the 14th. And one of the things I suggested to you guys was that we may see like 2 up days leading into the final day when they announced dilution has been completed. As this was the day right here where they announced that it had completed, and we had 2 days of upwards momentum following that. So maybe we'll get the announcement going into Monday of next week or something like that. Like if today ends up being a green day today, maybe that'll be the case.
No, I want it today.
Yeah,
well,
I know.
I was asking. Yeah. I did ask you before. How many days has it been already? Trading.
I think we're on day 9 now, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, we're on day 10. Sorry, day 10.
Man, 2 weeks. Man.
Apex, I did, man. I ran your numbers for yesterday again today, and don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. 544 to 844. It's not a bad price prediction, in my opinion, because I've got 551 and TV's got 540, so we're really close to the same numbers.
Did you get mine this morning? I texted them to you in the chat.
I did not.
They never changed. It was 666 to 966. You know the 66, 666.
Yeah, I had you down from the last time I had you down was 733 to 1033. So you're going 666 to 966 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's funny how, if you look back at historical data, we've been here before. We've seen that 777 and we've seen that 666. I don't know how many times.
Papa Mac, they should announce after the market closes. They don't typically make those announcements during market open times.
I wish they did.
Morning. I think if they make an after-hours announcement, it has the potential to run more, also because of
no limits.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're past time due for
Numbers?
numbers. Yeah. Let's do numbers, shall we? Why not? Man, I feel like this morning's wake up and 90-minute talk was way better than the one that I did the second time. It was way, way better. I don't know why. I didn't feel prepared. I feel like it was because I was thrown off a little bit that I was trying to still look for that stupid QSIP number and I couldn't find it. It's a little stuff like that sometimes. It just sets me off, and it's like I can't. When you're in a routine, sometimes if you don't stick to your routine, it throws you off a little, just enough to even cause like the intro to be like weird or something like that. I don't know.
Just use a little more preparation, see, you'll be fine.
What's that?
Yeah.
What do you use it for?
I don't know. I just I like the commercial. It brings me back to memories of daytime TV.
Just say bags under your eyes.
Yes.
Like sands through the hourglass. These are the days of your lives.
Oh, I watched that so much with my mother. It warped me.
No, don't remind me. Numbers.
All right, numbers. Here we go. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would normally expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX. These numbers are definitely elevated today. They're definitely trying to prevent price from rising up too much. We're at 60.15% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.21. The combined total is 70.36. That's 10.36%. More than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 728 shares. So nothing unusual there. On CHX for GME is at 200. So again, nothing unusual. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, total amount of shares barred for the day today was 375 shares. It's now 349,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to pretty much hang out where it was at about 9.11%. The min cost to borrow is negative 0.2. Normally when we see that happen, that's only when they're doing massive amounts of borrows and returns in the same day. Cost to borrow average is 1.3 and max is 6.91. Total amount of shares having been loaned so far are 13.1 million shares. That's approximately 280,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Vortex is estimated about 94,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at options. That is not what I meant to click on. Options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume for the day had been at a $7 strike with approximately 4.9 thousand contracts, which is a little elevated in volume. Now it's 11.3 thousand contracts, so quite a bit more volume has occurred, and there may be a lot of call options that are probably closing out before the end of the week here. That could tend to cause the price to move down a little bit more, but it really kind of depends upon how much of the put volume is closing of puts or creation of new puts. At a $6.50 strike an hour ago, we had 2,000 contracts in volume. On puts, it's now 5.1 thousand contracts. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 6.5 and 7 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was at 286.41. Now it's 286.52. Not much of a change. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and AMC is on the list. We got a 72.48% buy to 27.52% sell ratio. This is what I want to see when we're moving up in price. Moving up in price, seeing buy ratios higher than sell ratios is excellent. It's really, really, really good to see that. You don't want to see selling going on first thing when price starts moving upwards. It does kind of give you an idea that there may be a lot of the paper hands that may have been there are gone. At least this time around. $5.99 is where SSR would trip for the day today. We currently have 3.4 million shares available to borrow. Earlier this morning, we saw about 200,000 shares having been borrowed. Now we're another 400,000 shares more borrowed since then. So we're at 4.4 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Like I said, lots of borrowing going on. Yesterday, we only had about 800,000 shares borrowed for the day. Today's 4.4 million, so there's quite a bit of share movement going around right now. Calls, 74.3 thousand contracts are out of the money. 10.7 thousand contracts are in the money. 22.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.53, Dow Jones is up 0.4, and the S&P 500 is up 0.38. We have 3,839 advancers, so 2,044 decliners. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but still not quite cooking with that bacon grease just yet. Getting close, though. Ever closer. Ever so much closer. Taking a look at big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 16.67, and earlier that was the only one that I read off, and might be the only one that I read off again. Now, most of the banks are looking green. Most. Hold on a second, this is driving me nuts. Well, never mind, I'm not going to read them off. Ethereum Classic is up 0.74 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.52 and consolidating after a trend up. Oil is down 0.92 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.16 and consolidating after a downtrend. Actually, the Vanguard looks like it's still kind of trending down. SPY is up 0.37 and consolidating. VIX is down 3.6 and trending. It's. I mean, the consolidation. I mean, it's consolidating currently, but the overall trend was down earlier this morning at market open and where it gapped down. I'd say it's kind of consolidating still. It doesn't really appear to be breaking the trend from earlier. I know if when you look at this, it looks like we're on a downtrend since 10:07, and that would be a correct statement. But since market open, we really haven't broken that threshold yet. And so until we break that, I would say it's really just kind of consolidating. VBR is up 0.7 and trending up. VB is up 0.69 and starting to consolidate after a trend up. Tesla is down 3.61 and trending down. Amazon is up 2.18, consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.39 and trending up. Doge is up, or down rather, 0.07, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.18, consolidating. GME is down 0.12 and starting to trend down. HYMC is down 5.16 and trending down. NCMI is up 2.06, trending up. Hood is up 0.81 and consolidating. And AMC is up 5.56 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day to day. There's approximately let's just call it $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.65 million shares traded so far for the day to day. After 117 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 28.83 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 15 and 45 million. Looking like a pretty good prediction still. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.54, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.64, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.09, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.92, almost getting ready to trigger overbought signals. So taking a look at this, you can see here that we did again, indeed, when we moved up to 704, attacked the upper side of a Bollinger Band, which typically means price is going to try and retest the simple moving average. You can imagine that if price were going to come down and meet up with that, they'd be maybe right around a $7 price point. It did finally meet up with this earlier this morning when we had done the same thing when we had driven up and tagged the top side of the Bollinger Band. I suggested the meetup point might be around $6.86. It ended up being more closer to $6.91. It's only 5 cents off, but still not quite what I thought it might be. It almost met up back over here. It's just the simple moving average was a little late getting there. You can see here that I'm just kind of looking at like $7, like where the simple moving average could continue to move up here and price maybe come back down and meet it around that $7 mark. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. I was already starting to read what you guys are writing. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. What's going on? I missed it.
It's more of the pump the dry goose. It's reared its ugly head again.
Okay. It's rare when when I don't get to know what's going. I'm sitting here going, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I can only imagine you get through doing numbers, you come back in, and the first thing you see is pump the dry goose. What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, you could probably listen or hear me like just kind of go silent for a second as I'm like reading through stuff, and I'm going like, I don't.
Oh, we know, man. We've been here long enough to know. I've been here long enough to know. I'm like, yeah, the poor guy's trying to focus on short exempt volume, and all he does is he glances over and sees pump the dry goose, and we're not helping him one little bit.
That's all right.
It'd be bad enough for a normal person, but we all know that you're
gifted.
ADD, so, yeah, let's just say you're gifted.
That's what I like to call it. Good old gifting.
You're special.
Gotta love those slow moments. like yesterday when they told the freaking joke about the turkey. UPS delivery guy, I was like, son of a bitch. One of those moments. Whoa, what does a confused turkey? What is it? I don't know.
You're like, is he gonna give us the punchline? We're waiting. There's about 6 different people at the same time typed into the chat. They're like, Jesus, really, dude?
Where's Foo at? How come he's not back here in the back of the Tramp van?
He's probably working, I would imagine. He might have some downtime at work, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Been skipping out in the back of the van.
You know what time it is?
Numbers?
No.
Darn.
I think we should forever forward call it Yucca 30.
Oh, I like
Yucca
that.
30.
I like that very much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Yucca 30.
Yeah, it's about the time he comes stumbling in.
Yep.
Scratching his ass and rubbing his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Freshly having eaten his a sausage egg McMuffin from McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
Question is does he ever get orange juice? Do you guys ever do you ever go to McDonald's and think to yourself like, maybe I should get orange juice today instead of like a soda or a coffee or something, like maybe I should be healthy, and then you get the orange juice and you go to drink it and you're just sitting there going like, this isn't really healthy.
It was included in their big breakfast meal. That was part of it. You got it.
No more.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was one of the.
You could sub it for coffee though, if you want. If I don't know if it might be the same price. I don't know.
I don't know if it's still there though. I sub my meals with the large caramel frappe.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm grossed out by what Danny just said. He had sushi and orange juice. That sounds like the worst combination ever.
Oh, that's gross.
That does
Ugh.
sound, that sounds
That's
like
got to be like some kind of a violation of some federal law or something.
I feel like that's. I mean, why don't you just brush your teeth and then drink orange juice right afterwards? Why don't you? Gross.
Yeah, were you trying to, get the aphrodisiacs from the sushi or what? Or
He was trying to excite his palate or something. I don't know. That's so gross. Yukon,
Dry goose.
I almost didn't finish reading your sentence. I was like, thanks for the information.
That makes it even worse.
Yeah, thanks for the information, Yukon. Appreciate it. Good to know.
He said vegetable sushi instead of fish sushi. That makes it worse. Ugh.
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 That sounds like horrible healthy food. Did you go to like one of those like fancy like weird named places? It's like naked juice fishy fish. I don't know. Fish a lot of juice. That's probably what it was called. Fish a lot of juice. I just came up with a new name for a restaurant.
Casey, yesterday I stumbled upon something on X that I thought would be wonderful if we ever have the magical big meetup in the sky. It's a group activity. Well, everyone's familiar with the three-legged race and the other things they do at company picnics and stuff like that, but these guys look to be having a great deal of fun. They had looked like they'd gone to the dollar store and bought the little cheap plastic kazoos, a little kazoo or something similar, a toy that made a noise when you blew through it. But the rules of the game were they had to line up one behind another. Did you see that?
I think so.
Yeah, very funny. They pulled up one pants leg and put a rubber band around their calf, and each guy would snap the guy in front of him with the rubber band. And I couldn't help but laugh at watching that. And I thought to myself, how much would I like to do that with everybody that comes in every day on chat? I mean, it'd just be a riot.
The one that I like.
Who hasn't had a chance to see it, I encourage you to look it up. It's
do you know those annoying rubber chickens that when you squeeze them, they make that like god awful sound?
Yeah.
The one I like is where they put those. They put them underneath their feet, and they just put them underneath the heel portion, so they have to walk on their tiptoes, and then they give somebody a blindfold and a belt, and then they put them in like a room, and the dude's like swinging the belt around it, like just trying to hit the guys with the belt, and
I haven't seen that one, but it sounds like something I could spend hours on, so I'm gonna have to look it up.
But they also I think they also had kazoos in as well, so like they couldn't breathe hard, or else they would end up making the kazoo go off.
Give away their position.
Yeah, or if they also landed on their heels or went down on their heels at all, it would cause the chicken to squeak.
Oh, that is great, man. I'm going to be researching that.
It was so funny.
Yeah, I think those guys that were snapping the rubber bands, I might be wrong on this, but I got interrupted before I could finish the video, but it looked to me like the first go-round, they snapped the rubber band one time. And then everybody took a turn. And then the second time, they did it 2 snaps. And I think it got incrementally harder more and more, not this, despite the fact that the rubber band was being snapped in the same spot. So you know that piece of their leg was already getting tender. And then you multiply that with the increasing number of snaps you got each time around. And the psychological effect of that, I mean, it was like, it'd be better than waterboarding. But to see those grown men wincing and shit, it was just, to me, it was just the funniest thing ever. Old Paul T says they snap it until the person remains silent. Thanks, Paul. Maybe that would explain it, because I did think I saw one guy. I thought, well, they cheated one guy because they snapped too many times. That makes sense now. So you're incentivized to try to internalize the pain. I don't know. It just spoke to me, and I thought to myself, we need to add that to the list for the great ballroom meetup activities.
Nobody's gonna want to partake. It's just gonna be this like empty empty, like sectioned off area of the room. Pirates over
What
there.
were you trying to say? I'm gonna be sitting in some comfort inn in a
Yeah.
ballroom with a box with 500 kazoos in it, and there's nobody coming through the door but Yucca.
Yeah, you're
Yucca's
sitting-
the only one coming through the
you're
door.
gonna be
He's like, where's everybody at?
You're gonna be sitting in the corner of the room all by yourself with a bunch of kazoos. Everybody's gonna know. Oh, that's
All built up
pirate.
on my mind. Yeah. Threw a party and nobody came.
Pirate's in his corner.
You guys come in the room and it's just me and Yucca snapping each other with rubber bands. Single tear running down my face.
When this is all over, you just pay somebody else to do it as entertainment.
Well, I spend a great deal of time fantasizing about a big meetup, and you can't just rent a ballroom and have a bunch of people stand around randomly just getting drunk for hours on end. I mean, I guess you could, but you think it would put a little effort into it to make it, it's going to be a one-time event. You have to make it a little bit special. You think you'd have to have a rough itinerary of sing-along time and guitar time and practical joke time. So there has to be some kind of structure to it.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to leave your humble abode to actually attend something like this?
Yeah, I probably would do that. Not probably, yes, I would. That would be that's the kind of occasion that I would look forward to leaving for.
Okay.
Yep. Absolutely.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's not that I'm a prisoner in my home. It's just that I indulge myself. I guess somewhat of a glutton to my senses. I indulge myself in whatever my desires are, and if my biggest desire is to remain home, then that's what I do. But I'm almost certain that where you and Yucca, Real Rugged, Papa Mac, Frank, and everyone else were to find themselves in the same rented space at some sleazy hotel somewhere, I can almost guarantee you that I would desire to be there far more than remaining in comfort at home.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking to myself, Yucca might just be really, really, really busy. I mean, it is the day before Thanksgiving, and I imagine he probably has like a crap ton of orders that probably have to be filled before the end of the day today.
Why would there be a big run on trophies for Thanksgiving?
Well, no, I mean, like I just said, Turkey Trot, yeah. Turkey Trot Awards. There's all kinds of stuff that Thanksgiving type award stuff that people like to buy and stuff. So I bet he's just busy right now. And for all we know, he might have been up till like 4 or 5 a.m. working on stuff to try and get it done so it'd be ready for today. Who knows? Tendies wants you to bring in the Astroglide with you with the kazoos for whatever reason.
Oh.
Yeah, I was typing in their tight budget. Boo. We're going to have to keep things under control. So Crisco cooking grease will probably have to be the suitable substitute.
Gina, now that I can remember her name because I think of it as Gina. Gina,
did you see how good he did, Gina? Look at what a good boy he is today.
I know.
Finally got it right.
Well, I just gotta
9 months.
I gotta pretend that the E's and I. So, Gina, did you hear me read off the numbers earlier this morning on my blood work? Just curious. Oh, you're pumping the goose again. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to. I said I was gonna quit early today.
You can take off at 2:30 if you like. We'll give you a half hour. That's not a problem.
Well, I'm thinking about just pushing through to noon and then just ending at noon. But I got to start brining.
Noon?
Yeah, I got to start
What the
brining some.
hell?
I got to start
I
brining.
know.
I got 24-hour brines that are past due.
Oh man.
Could you just set up a camera?
Oh my God.
Just set up a camera in your kitchen so we can watch.
I don't like being judged. It's like, oh, you could have.
Or helpers, our little helpers.
Yeah, it's like the worst person you'd want to have, like, you know, watching you make your turkey is like big time judgment going on there. Sous chef, sorry, sous chef, sorry. I've seen how that goes. I've seen Hell's Kitchen.
Well, wait a minute. Now,
How
now
it's
you
going to
can't
be? I mean, they're
entirely
just little
go that
turkey
way.
pot pies. The difference on Thanksgiving is everybody gets their own turkey pot pie instead of having to share one. Go all out, so each person gets their own little.
That's kind of like when
TV
KC
dinner.
mentions his doctor stuff, and then all the doctors out of chat comes out of the woodwork. It'd be the same thing if he puts live for a.
Oh
turkey.
yeah. As soon as
Everybody's gonna come out of the woodwork.
everybody like, oh, he screwed up
All the
right there.
medical
He
training,
shouldn't. Yeah.
everybody with their
Yeah.
our Ivy League medical school training. Yeah.
I have thick skin. But there are certain things, like if I'm preparing food and somebody's going to sit there and like comment on every single little detail as I'm preparing food, it makes me not want to do it. I do things my way, and it works. You know. Don't tell me how to do it. I don't want to be judged. My wife has a saying. She says, what is she saying? Something.
It's similar to the unwritten rules when a bunch of guys are standing around watching one guy work on a car. You never tell the other guy what to do.
She says
These are things. This is knowledge that's gained through years. You don't ever talk over the guy who's actually doing the work while you're standing there with a beer in your hand and tell him how to turn the wrench. It's a big no-no. You lose your man card very fast.
she's got. I'm trying to remember what the saying is that my wife says all the time. It's something about you're not walking this bitch, or you're not. There's a term. I can't.
I have one called "You're fucking this goat. I'm just holding the head."
It's something along those lines. It's something right along those lines, and that's her saying. And it's like, you know, like if you come in and you want to give advice about how something could be done better, it's like you're not the one doing it, so shut the hell up, essentially. But in a much shorter Texas style way of saying it. So I think it's like you're not fucking this dog. And I can't remember what it is. It's something like that.
Yeah. The best thing to do is not respond at all. Just turn around and with a blank look on your face, just hand them the spoon or the spatula.
And then walk away. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, well, here, you got this then. I'm going to go watch some football.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's like backseat drivers. Why didn't you just do this? Let me get out real quick here, let you drive. Hold on while I pull over here real quick here.
Everyone has a mother-in-law story. It's not good to speak ill of the dead. Mrs. Pirate's mom is gone now, but one of my favorite stories to tell about her was when she was still with us. She stood in the garage of one of my homes and stood over me while I installed a new hot water heater, instructing me how to solder the joints and everything.
Oh.
We hadn't been together very long. We weren't even married yet. We were just cohabitating, and that was when I was one of the few times I walked up and told Mrs. Pirate, I said, if you don't do something with your mother, she's not going to live through the day.
That is pretty bad, though.
It was a stereotypical. It would have made a perfect bit for a comedy show, romp or whatever, because she's chain smoked. So she had the ever-present cigarette in one hand, coffee cup in the other.
Oh, I was just gonna say iced tea.
Non-stop instruction. Oh, it was coffee. Yeah, ever-present coffee.
Okay.
And between drags of the cigarette was just one helpful tip after another. Twisty says she's not there, and you're still kind of whispering. Twisty, you're so funny because he's right. Mrs. Pirate's not even in the room. But I think something in my brain said, tell the story real quiet. Twisty gets observation points for that one. Well done, my friend.
Bird dogging.
Hey, nothing gets past this group, I'm telling you, man.
But Donkey Kong says, is Yucca working on FTDs? Apex is asking.
It's called prairie dogging.
You know what, Apex, submit numbers to me, but I probably won't be streaming on Friday. We'll have fun with it, and we'll just submit numbers and see what we get. But enjoy the time off. I mean, try to enjoy your time with the family and whatnot. And yeah, don't worry about it too much. If you feel like sleeping
what time
in.
we close on Friday? Like, it is an early day, right?
Yeah, I think it's 1 o'clock, but hold on, I can pull up the data. Hold on.
I'm going to throw the bullshit flag right now because I know KC's saying he's shutting it all down for the holidays, but he'll be on Twitter every hour on the hour. So he's just ditching up for a cooler party.
Yeah, that's what it is. Let's see here. We have Friday is going to be, it says each market will close early at 1 p.m., 1:15 p.m. for eligible options on Friday, November the 24th, 2023. But
Happy hump day.
the aftermarket hours will continue to trade until 5 p.m.
Overtime hours, bullshit pay, so I can sit out here.
Yucca, you missed Yucca 30. Welcome.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. I was trying to give him the applause button and I didn't focus and I clicked the overtime hour pay on accident. Oh, well.
Oh, thank you.
So, how you doing today? Are you busy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Not as much, but yeah, I got a customer coming up to pick up their plaque, and that's it.
Okay.
You got plans?
Today? Yeah. I gotta start brining turkey and stuff. So I probably should have started that already, but it's okay if it's a few hours late.
Oh, you're making turkey?
I'm making turkey breast. I'm smoking turkey breast, and then my wife is she's making she's doing an oven turkey.
Well, I mean, is turkey breast a lot drier than, obviously turkey is dry as it is.
So
how about what do you do?
If you want to follow along with what I'm doing, I somebody got it right the other day. Yeah, somebody got it right yesterday. There's a YouTube channel called Meat Church, and my wife and I were just randomly scrolling through YouTube, and I stumbled upon the episode where he does turkey breast. He smokes turkey breast, and so we went ahead and ordered all of the rubs and brine and all that kind of good stuff for the turkey breast, and I'm making 2 of them. So the meat that he showed on his video turned out amazing, especially with the brine, and it did not look dry at all. It looks super, super juicy. It'll be moist.
He showed his meat.
I'll tell you what, man. I will take a picture of how juicy it looks when I cut through. I'll take a video and then I'll post it up in the Food Network this weekend.
Oh yeah, Casey, that juicy meat. You're gonna show us your juicy meat.
That's right. First time ever you will have seen my juicy meat.
I came in here looking for breast. I heard you talking about breast, and now you're talking about meat. What's going on?
Hey, that's meat. That's meat, buddy. That's meat.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Danny?
You son of a.
I'm gonna send you guys a picture of a hairy chest with 2 breasts.
Was it the Chinese New Year? I missed the Chinese New Year again.
I guess as long as that breast has nipples, I'm okay with it.
I got nipples, Yucca. Can you milk me?
Anything with nipples. Right? We'll add those suction cups. We'll see what we can get.
By the way, Casey, I gotta say, I've been listening since this morning, and you went over the, the back of the squeeze, and it goes up 25%, and I love it, man. It's great, great work on your part.
Thanks. Grant actually came in here and just mentioned something that it's in relation to what it is that you just said. He's saying, are we going to get failure to deliver numbers back up to where we need them to start a squeeze if shorting of the ETFs are muddying the waters? And the perfect example of that was something that I brought up this morning. Just go take a look at what I talked about earlier this morning. Watch the intro. It's probably the very first morning intro that I did this morning was really good. It was like 90 minutes of just great talking. The second time I did the failure to deliver data and stuff, it wasn't very good. But go through there. There's some information out about some of the numbers that we looked over this morning that I think are going to be shocking and eye-opening to you about how fast it can really happen.
Casey, is there a difference, you think, between failures to deliver and what may reside on an obligation warehouse?
Yes. Absolutely.
I think that is very important for the audience to understand that, even though the FTDs may be different, the obligation warehouses like this, is it not like a hidden repository of like, oh, you owe all this, right?
Yeah. So, but the problem is that the only thing that any institution is ever forced to buy is when a couple different things, right? Like if they're margin called, then they would buy enough shares market wide to meet margin requirements. Number one, or number two, if there was a situation where they had failure to delivers that were occurring, and they needed to recover enough shares to complete the failure delivers, and all they have to really do is complete the buying of as many shares that are needed to complete the failure to delivers for that cycle of failure to delivers. The other thing to remember is that in regards to what it is that you're talking about, where there's this large quantity of unsettled positions that are hanging out somewhere in la la land, right? Just kind of out there. That exist that haven't been actually purchased yet, but are held by institutions. That's going to be the kind of situation where it's like if we were to talk about different phases of a squeeze, failure to delivers, gamma, the part for a MOAS that comes through the holding of the positions is where you start getting those margin calls and where institutions have to start settling positions that aren't on the books. Right? That's really what you want to see have happening. You don't want them just delivering on failure delivers, but you want them going beyond that and delivering on positions that they can't hold margin for. That's what you really want to see have happening. And you want to see it across the board, right? It's not going to be just margin calls don't just mean that they're meeting margin on AMC. It means that they have to meet margin across the board. Right? So everything that they hold long on, they start dropping. And the things that they're short on, they have to find the shares to close the positions, enough positions to be able to meet those requirements, those margin requirements. So there's what you're talking about is the very, very end stages of a complete failure of a shorting institution.
I got you.
Well, more importantly, which one is better? Is it better to have the gravy boat on the Thanksgiving table with a ladle inside, or do you prefer the gravy pitcher, like the little ceramic coffee pot where you just pick it up and you pour the gravy on? Which one of those is superior?
Doesn't matter to me, really. Either or.
Well, the gravy boat with the ladle, you can use the ladle. You can use the ladle to smash a divot into the mashed potatoes. But the gravy pitcher, allows for a more accurate application of gravy. So they both have the pros and cons. I was just wondering if you had a...
Let me answer this phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
I feel like with the gravy,
All right.
double dipping.
Not fall into double dipping. Even if you haven't eaten the potatoes yet, you still can't use the ladle for the...
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you should be able to use it. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Well, I'm not a mashed
People are
potato
just
man,
being,
so I lean more towards the coffee pot style, the little ceramic coffee pot where like a pitcher like you'd water plants with, where I could get that gravy exactly where I want it in terms of on my stuffing and all that. So
I love the stuffing, huh?
I'm not gonna have stuffing if it's not drenched in gravy.
You could do double
So-
stuffing with the turkey baster.
What I was going to ask you, what kind of animal are you that you don't scoop up your mashed potatoes with a spoon?
I'm not even a mashed potatoes guy. I'm not
Well,
even really a fan.
no,
I
but-
love baked potatoes.
But you said you needed the ladle in order to smash down the potatoes, and I'm like, well, just use a spoon for mashed potatoes, and then it doesn't matter what you use afterwards.
No, we were talking
Yes.
specifically as it applies to the application of said gravy,
Yeah, I
not
know.
necessarily how you eat it.
But you were saying that the
When
reason
you're
for having the
holding- you're
ladle.
holding your plant. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it depends on if your gravy. Like sometimes we have ours buffet style, so we don't put all the food on the table. So you're not sitting there at my house with your utensils. You have to go down an assembly line.
You
like a
still
buffet.
have to scoop out the potatoes and out of the bowl they're in and put them on.
I'm tracking. Oh, okay. So you're saying I just missed a step for all the mashed potato fans when they apply the potatoes. That's the time to build the pond.
Yeah.
So is it smashed
Oh, okay.
potatoes or mash?
All right.
I don't know. Smash,
Well,
mash.
then-
Sorry.
then-
I see
then-
what you're saying.
well, Mrs. Pirate rendered the whole topic moot because she said that it's a faux pas to use the Gradle boat ladle.
Yeah.
Because it's tantamount to, like Danny said, it's double dipping.
Exactly.
But
Like
my question, so
you're an
still-
animal.
You still remain convict. You're sticking with your convictions that there's no difference between a gravy boat with a ladle
Yeah.
and the pitcher method.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with either. It just doesn't really seem to make a difference to me. And I would agree with Danny
Pitcher-
that
the
double
pitcher is
dipping.
far more efficient. Far more efficient. I mean, you would have to take like 4 or 5 ladles back and forth. That repetitive.
Yeah.
You could get
I understand. Let me give you a scenario.
syndrome.
Let me give you a scenario.
With the ladle.
And I've seen this happen. When you use one of those gravy, because you're talking about one of those ones where it's got a lid on the top of it, right?
No. It's just open. It's like an open thing. It
Okay.
looks like a miniature coffee pot, but it just has a little handle, and then when you
I've
dip it,
seen-
you pour it out. Like
I've seen instances before where when you go to pour it out, like there's some blockage that occurs, and next thing you know, you got like way more gravy coming out of that thing than you wanted. And so, I mean, I feel like, but the same thing can happen too when you're picking it up in a ladle. You could pick it up in a ladle and throw it on there, and it's like you got a big chunk of something in there. It's like gross, So there's really no advantages or disadvantages. It's just which one would you rather have to deal with? And I don't know. I don't know.
I think OSHA and Occupational Safety and Health would agree with me that there's far less repetitive motion in using the little pitcher as opposed to that constant back and forth with a ladle. You could get like swelling in your wrist and end up with a workman's comp claim and all sorts of things. It's just I'm just gonna stick with my theory that it's far more laborious. It's more labor intensive to use the ladle than it is to use the little pouring thing. I think there's vast time-saving measures there. If you can save that and then multiply that, you're talking about years of your life that you can get back if you switch to the pitcher.
Is this using the left hand or right hand?
Years of your life. Oh, jeez. That's funny.
Yeah, Dynamite's like, what's all this talk about too much gravy? Like if perhaps my little coffee pot thing gets a little back pressure on it, and then over applies. Where's the downside in that? Like, oh my God, too much gravy.
You can drink it.
I think you can get I think you can get too much gravy.
Oh, now here we go. Now
Yeah.
you've crossed the line.
Yeah, no,
Now,
I
if you
think
had the ladle,
if you've seen what I've seen before,
you had the ladle,
you know, I saw somebody get a blockage one time and they were pouring in it, and next thing they know, they had like half the entire thing all in their food, not realizing they tipped it over too far. They just thought it was low. They didn't look to see how much was in there because they couldn't see inside of it. So they just tipped and tipped and tipped. Next thing they had half.
I'm unfamiliar with that one. The one we have is open. You can see down in it just like you can the gravy boat.
Yeah.
It just has a handle at one end, and the other end is the ceramic was fashioned in a way that allowed you to pour out of it.
Well, I feel like
I didn't know you guys were using like a fucking coffee pot to put gravy in.
Yeah, I know it does. The one I'm talking about actually did look a lot like a coffee, one of those big coffee. It's exactly what it looked like. But the other thing I was thinking too was the ladles, the ones with the ladles. They usually have like a little ring on them that you can grab them and actually just pour instead of using the ladle. Like you just put your thumb on the spoon. Like I don't know if we have that one or not, but I know I've been places before where you can choose to either just pour or use the ladle, your choice. That might be like a you know, best of both worlds maybe.
you know, I was talking about the drippage earlier.
Coagulated gravy hot dog bun bastard.
Bubbles.
Hot dog bun bastard.
Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. Beautiful.
So if it drips, the bottom of the ladle, when you pick it out, you can always lick the bottom and then pour it on
God,
the
no!
potatoes.
Oh my gosh! And you put the ladle back, right?
Wait a
Yeah.
second.
You beast!
Yeah.
You filthy animal! You dirty animal!
Who's gonna do the?
Is that like using your bare hand to just grab the whole stick of butter and just butter your corn and your bread with it, and then put the stick back down?
He's
Like
the kid.
a chalkboard eraser.
He's the kid where
eraser.
he accidentally puts something on his plate. He gets a little bit on his hand and he licks his fingers. And each time he goes to grab a new spoon for a new item that he's going to put on, he keeps licking his fingers in between each one.
He relicks?
Yeah, he relicks. It's a relicker. As he keeps going grabbing. Get out of here, Danny. You're last. You don't even get to eat until I get seconds.
Oh man, if you're not first, you're last anyway. Hey, who's gonna do the AMC in the pumpkin pie this year?
What
The question
you're
who's gonna write the
asking-
AMC?
What AMC?
Remember that one year, Casey
Yeah.
everyone
Who did that?
write AMC in the
It was
pumpkin pie and-
Yukon. It was Yukon, wasn't it? Yukon?
Yeah.
I think it was Yukon that did
but
it.
Yukon outdid me. His was better. But
Yeah.
there's a couple people that.
He literally cut out a triangle out of the middle of the pumpkin pie. It was so hilarious. I couldn't believe he did it. I was like, I couldn't.
That's what it was.
Yeah, no,
a triangle.
yeah, it was a triangle, like out of the. Instead of taking it from the edge, he literally cut a triangle, like right in the middle of the pie, and took it out. And oh man, we got to go back and find that picture. I can't. You brought up a memory. I can't believe. Hold on, let me see.
He's an Illuminati, man.
Maybe I can find that. I can probably find that.
It's a memory I'll never forget. They're talking about cutting a hole in something. I mean, usually people do that for other reasons, but I'm gonna chop it up as Thanksgiving. How about that?
So how can we top that? How can we top that this year? Instead of cutting a triangle in the middle of the cake, what else can we do? Are we going with the gravy ladle?
Hey, we could do that.
A gravy. You're gonna make a gravy glove.
Yeah, be sure to glove up. You know, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna be filling the turkey with.
Exactly. Special sauce, Casey. Special sauce.
That sounds like Casey's last doctor's appointment with the he had a gravy glove on. They call it the turkey hole.
Let's see. I'm scrolling back here. I'm scrolling back. I'm
the turkey trench.
I'm gonna find this picture that Yukon sent us. I wonder if he sent it to me on Twitter. It's possible.
My fans, did you check your my fans? No.
I don't have one of those.
Oh, tender feet. Nothing like that.
Whatever.
Hey, I gotta run, guys. I got company. I'll catch you later, KC. CC, Doug,
It's gonna be
Yucca.
Twitter.
Oh, great, Danny. Just come in and blow the show, okay? Have some good blowing, all right?
Come on. I contributed.
Off you go.
Guys. I'll see you.
Off you go then.
I know he sent this to me and I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I can't find it, but I'm sure I know he sent it. I'm pretty sure he sent it.
Well, I got to say hi to Brian Carpenter. He's in here.
Hello, everybody. How you doing,
Brian.
Brian? How's everyone doing on this fine
Two
Thanksgiving?
days in a row. 2 days in a row, Brian.
Wow.
To what do we owe the honor?
I'm just
What do you-
chilling. I ain't got
He's
nothing to.
just chilling.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
chilling.
just-
I'm smoking and chilling. How about that?
Wow.
He's stuffing his turkey and he wanted company.
Yeah.
How's the carpentry business?
No.
How's the carpentry business going along?
It's doing good.
All right.
Doing some carpentry, you know.
I gotta hand it out to him. He always outdoes KC in the Food Network, so I commend you for that, Brian
Oh,
Carpenter.
I don't know. Casey's
Brian is
pretty-
a chef.
Brian the chef.
That's what they call me, Chef Brian.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's always outdoing everybody.
Nah.
Come
Now
on.
wait a
man.
minute. He didn't outdo my Faltina pork chops. I don't care. He didn't do that. He didn't outdo those.
No,
Nope.
did you post those? I haven't seen them. What the
He
heck?
let you win.
Now.
Yeah, I posted those a long time ago.
Oh, really? I didn't see that one. I didn't know.
Now it's on.
Oh. I have that selective memory, though.
Yeah, me too. It comes with getting older.
Right.
And trauma.
KC can't get anything right today. I think I'm going to name him KC Can't Get Right Today.
Yeah, it happens.
I'm low blowing you, KC.
Oh, I bet you are.
This is coming from Doug, who a half an hour ago gave us the update on Binance, the breaking news on.
You
Binance.
said it wrong. It's not Binance. Binance.
Yeah, Banaka breast spray. Doug comes stumbling in about halfway through the day, scratching his ass and rubbing his eyes. Just woke up. Did y'all hear about Binance? It's breaking news. 3 days ago, Doug. 3 fucking days ago. But thanks, dude.
It's hard. It's hard to be able to keep up with. There's some, and I feel bad because sometimes I get a lot of people who like try to tell me something, and it's like I sit there and I go, yeah, I talked about that like just the other day, but they don't know because they're not sitting there watching constantly, and so I gotta keep that in my mind whenever I'm interacting with people, and because sometimes I want to get impatient. I'd be like, dude, we like literally talked about that like all day the other day. Like, where were you? And so I just have to remind myself they're just
Gonna be a pop
no.
quiz.
They're
Come
just
on. They knew there's
no.
gonna be a pop quiz, so
They're just trying to help out.
Nobody.
They're just trying to help out. They're trying to help out, point out stuff that's going on, and so but it's difficult for me to remember that. So I lay off. I try to lay off. If I ever snap anybody, I'm telling you right now, I'm so sorry in advance. I'm probably having a moment. And probably I heard from like 5 to 10 other people about something, and it's just like, don't make that make you feel like you shouldn't continuously like say something about something, like, because if I start treating people like that on a consistent basis, then there's going to be that one thing that happens that one person catches that nobody else caught, and then none of us find out about it because they thought like, oh well, probably everybody already knows about it, so I'm just going to leave it alone, right? You can't have that attitude.
Doug's going to find find the smoking gun, and he's going to be afraid to bring it out because we're going to make fun of him.
No, don't do that. Don't have that attitude. There's no. It's only the only thing I have a problem with is when you say it twice. That's the problem. When you say it twice. Now, if Doug comes in here on Monday and says, "Did you guys hear about Binance?"
What?
saying it.
Couldn't hear
Yeah,
your
shut the hell up.
I got him. Did you hear
No,
that?
yeah.
I got him. Yeah, I said, well, yeah, we got you. It was like a check swing. When you're up to the bait, I'll let the judge decide whether that was a swing and a miss or if that was a check swing. But I'm calling
You literally sounded like your mic like you were coming back on, so I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but then I knew better.
You took the bait.
It was
You just owned it, man. You fell.
It was like a fraction of a second. Like, I don't know, whatever.
Kind of like the fisting moment.
Wait. The jury decide. I'm gonna let the jury decide.
Yeah, exactly. We need a
It
jury.
happened really fast. For some people, there's 230 people, and for some people are like, "What the hell are they talking about?" There's 2 people out there right now who know exactly what just happened.
Have you spoken about the lawsuit?
Which one? There's 2 of them going out.
Oh yeah. Have you spoken about both?
I think it was about Monday last week, maybe. Yeah, I feel like it was Monday last week, maybe. Pretty sure.
On Monday.
But you're talking about the one with the guy who shall not be named from Boston?
Who, Albert?
I don't know that name.
Okay.
The guy who shall not be named from
Alvin?
Boston?
Alvin?
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? That one
No,
and
I'm talking about City.
the Citibank one?
Citigroup? Yeah. Citigroup or City.
No, I'm not. I mean, you have to refresh my memory whether or not it's something I've talked. I mean, spill the beans. What you got? What you got?
I don't know anything.
What you got?
Yeah, you gave KC shrooms and he forgot. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to quit being so friendly with your shrooms, you know.
You guys need to leave him be. You know, he's under strict orders from both Melissa and his mother about any shit talk towards any other creators or YouTube guys. You guys know this. This is well-established doctrine. This is well-established doctrine. This is well-established doctrine and law in the Shaw household. So don't try to bait him into saying nasty things about other people. He's got to sit with these people most of the day tomorrow. He'll have to endure the stink eye the whole time.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Oh, wow.
Cool Hand Luke, man. All the way back to Cool Hand Luke. Well done.
All right. Well, it's time for numbers because I got to do them now and then I'll do them at noon and then I'm going to take off. So let's do the numbers real quick here.
Where are you going? Whoa.
Your mama's house.
I meant to hit your mama's house. There you go, both of them, the rim shot and the numbers.
Yeah. All right. So no, I've got to do turkey stuff, and I still haven't prepared the smoker yet. So and I want to make sure that's all ready to go for tomorrow too. So I got shit to do today, and I don't want to start late. So and I'm already late. So I got to get to it.
You're never late.
You know, yeah.
Not numbers.
I'm late for numbers right now, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the back of the big tramp, or until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on as far as these numbers go. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined, and we have about 58.42% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.79. The combined total on that 68.21%, or about 6.21% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 928 shares, and then we've got CHX volume for GME is at 200. Nothing unusually large there. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 349,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 244,000 shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to drop a little bit to 9.09%. We have the cost of borrowed number for the min is at negative 0.2, which is oftentimes a sign that there's been many shares borrowed and returned in the same day. Cost of borrowed average is 1.28 and max is at 6.91. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far, or that are on loan currently, is at 13.1 million shares. That's 280,000 shares more on loan today than there was. I'm sorry, less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 940,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 11.3 thousand contracts for the day. We're now sitting at about 14,000 contracts at 7. And on puts, highest amount of put volume is at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 5.1 thousand contracts, now 5.5. That means that we have market suggesting a closing price between 6.5 and 7 by the end of the day. Moving on, MMRI was at 286.52 an hour ago. Now it's 286.06, dropping a little bit there. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC made it onto this list within the last hour, and so we were on here. We were really close to the end, second to last, and that's where we're at still. GME did not make the list here, but we have a 70.04% buy to 29.96% sell ratio on AMC. When we're moving up in price, it's great to see more buying than selling, and the reason for that is that means that a lot of the paper hands are probably not there, and you're still getting that big buying pressure that's coming in as price is moving up. That's great. You don't want to see paper hands. SSR trigger price is at $5.99. Shares available to borrow is at 5.7 million shares. There's lots and lots of shares that are being returned right now. In total, within this last hour, it looks like there's been another 100,000 shares that were borrowed, and then quite a few shares returned. As I was stating, lots and lots of shares being borrowed and returned in the same day. In total for the day, we've seen about 4.5 million shares borrowed so far. Fees are at 1%. NASDAQ is up 0.68, Dow Jones is up 0.56, and the S&P 500 is up 0.51. We have 3,881 advancers to 2,055 decliners. The market is just slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago at 3,839. 3,888 now. Still not quite cooking with bacon grease yet, though. So close. Taking a look at the big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. As it stands right now, there might not be a single bank to be shouting out, as it does not appear that any have moved that much. That is the case. Ethereum Classic is up 0.8 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.45 and trending down. Oil is up, or down rather, 0.29 and trending up, taking a sharp trend up actually. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.14 and consolidating down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.14, and SPY is up 0.51 and trending up. VIX is down 3.45 and consolidating still. VBR is up 0.73 and consolidating. VB is up 0.82 and starting to trend up. Tesla is down 3.51 and consolidating. Amazon is up 2.24, trending up. Cinemark up 1.64 on a trend up. Doge is up 0.85 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.44 and consolidating. GME is down 0.32 and consolidating. HYMC is down 6.34, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.12 and starting to break the uptrend that it had earlier. Hood is up 1.13 and trending up, and AMC is up 6.47 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's about $30,000 or $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 11.18 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see, what are we at here? 172 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 25.35 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 45 million. Why do I feel like I did 10 to 30? I gave you guys a bad number this morning. I should have done 15 to 35, and I originally did, and then for some reason second guessed myself and then said 45 million. I gave myself a 30 million range. I'm not sure where that came from, but it should have been 15 to 35 should have been the prediction. So I apologize for that. So I'm changing it right now from here on out. 15 to 35 million is what I predicted in the pre-market. We're on a pace for about 25 million right now, so we're on a pretty good pace to meet that. I do expect to hit that before the end of the day is over. Taking a look at the 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.75, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.76, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure, actually equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 71.07, which is signaling oversold and or overbought rather. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.14, which is above average. I had, before I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp, I had stock retail was defending me in a tweet. Somebody called me out as being, a really huge grifter on AMC, and stock retail was out defending me, and I thanked him for it, and I said, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal, everybody knows that I'm not grifting. So if you can tell the difference between the true apes and the non-true apes based off of whether or not they call me a grifter, obviously they don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. Anyways, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. If you ever see anybody calling me a grifter, you guys don't feel like you have to stand up for me. It doesn't bother me at all. I think it's really funny that somebody would try to call me that. Of all the people.
Ooh, I'm glad you made yourself clear on that, because I've been like having my son Photoshop all kinds of fake super chats and shit, and I've been putting it out there that I've been pumping money to you. I'm glad you don't hold a grudge, man. It was just a joke.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't even know
Well,
who could.
There's no faster way for anybody who's become a part of this to reveal how little they know, because that should be. I mean, even the newest people should. Surely the newest people who've joined us know that you don't get a dime in either super chats, and they know that you're not monetized. You might want to add that. Now that you mention it, maybe it is not their fault. Maybe you should add something to your daily title or whatever the heading down there, and then put in bold print. I'm this channel not non-monetized or not never been monetized, and just leave it there.
Well, the reason I don't is because the one thing that I would not be able to do, and everybody should know this, is that if you're a monetized channel, you can't play music that has royalties.
Exactly. Yep,
right?
Yeah, they'll shut you down real fast. Yep.
Yeah. So
they'll evaporate the stream. I've seen it happen.
You'll know when this channel gets monetized when you see those go, when you stop hearing music playing. When the music stops, the channel's been monetized.
Yeah. You're just asking people to think, and 50% of these people are dumb as a bag of hammers. So in order to preempt some of that crazy shit that you see put out there, it was just an idea. I understand that you I understand you're humble and your lack of pride, but I get aggravated when I see shit like that.
But I just wanted to let you guys know.
There's plenty of stuff we can argue about and debate without the need to manufacture fake stuff. I mean, to me it just shows what a small mind they possess. I mean, of the myriad of things, all the topics you can pick to engage somebody in a conversation or debate, why the need to just make up something out of whole cloth as a lie is revealing.
All I'm trying to say is for you guys, when you see that, just make a mental note that person doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Like if they seem like they're a person in the community who's trying to influence people or suggest something's happening that's not happening, or whatever it is, and you're questioning whether or not they've got good information, if they're going to sit there and call me somebody who's grifting, then you can almost discredit everything that it is that they're saying almost instantly, because they obviously don't do their homework. So
you're saying we shouldn't give them what about giving them a super chat?
You don't even need to say anything to them. Just note in your head, go like, okay, obviously not.
They say bad. There's no such thing as bad publicity. If they're out there bringing attention to the channel, maybe we should throw them a few dollars every once in a while so they keep at it.
Is monetize the same as asking for?
He said,
I'm struggling here. Easter Beast is saying, is monetize the same as asking for donations? I'm not sure. That's actually a good question, because I know there's people out there, because I watch.
Very good question.
I watch.
Very good question. Yeah.
I watch a lot of YouTube, and there's a lot of people out there who have. Shoot, I can't think of what those accounts are called. Where you can donate to an account, I think.
Venmo and all that kind of Venmo.
Yeah. They'll be like, you can donate to my Venmo account, and then they put up a Venmo account.
Click on the link in the bubble.
Yeah, I think that.
I think what a lot of that's for is because doesn't YouTube take part of the winnings? If I throw you $100, doesn't YouTube, in the form of a super chat, I think YouTube gets a piece of that, don't they?
I think, yeah, they do, but I think part of the problem with that is that I think that violates their rules.
$100 in Venmo, if I threw you some money in Venmo, you get to keep all of it, and that's probably what they're trying to do. Is they're being a little bit greedy, and probably trying to bite the hand that feeds them.
I don't think they're
bite
being
the hand
greedy.
that feeds them.
No, I don't think they're being greedy. I think they're being smart, because who's being greedy is YouTube taking 40%. Some people are doing it like for work. They're not misleading anybody. But those that we know that are misleading, those are being greedy. I don't think everybody's being greedy.
I don't know. I kind of see both sides of it. If I buy 10 acres, if I buy 10 acres of land and take a bulldozer and clear it and make a giant flea market, and everybody comes there to sell their used Barbie dolls and their wore out Matchbox cars on Saturdays and Sundays, can I not ask for a piece of the action if I'm the guy that owns the flea market?
General.
Click on it.
You said general?
Yeah, click on it.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, there's a reason why strippers don't get to keep all the money that comes through the door with your gentlemen's clubs. When they charge a cover charge, that all stays with the man that owns the building. So
How would you spell taters? Was it an E at the end of it, or O?
ER, TATER.
Yeah, that's what I got, but I started questioning myself here.
First of all, that's the wrong pronunciation for taters.
Yeah.
I did click on it.
There we go. I posted up a poll real quick there for y'all.
I don't know what I'm doing. I clicked on it.
Oh, come on. No polls today.
I clicked on it and nothing's happening.
What are we doing? Is there something to click on? Let's see.
I put a link to the pie in the
Oh!
bubble.
Okay, that's why. It took me to the pie. No wonder. I was like, why is it taking me there? Nothing's happening.
Yeah. But that's not the picture that came back, though, because we got a picture that came back from. Oh, here. Wait. Thick sent a picture of.
Dang, she pulled it all down.
All right, here we go.
Okay, it's right below.
Yeah. Hold on a second here. So this is what we got. It was actually Thick. Thick sent us this picture back. So I said take out just a square or a triangle, a square. Take out a triangle out of your pumpkin pie right out of the middle of it, and instead this is what
a keyhole.
Thick took a little bit out and an odd piece out here. Let me go back up. This is
that's a bun.
What is he insinuating? I don't get it. Why is there two holes in the pumpkin pie? I don't,
This is.
He wasn't happy with the top one, so he went to the back one.
This is what it's supposed to look like, right here.
It looks like a keyhole.
Wait until somebody takes that first slice out, right? Or maybe you could be the first person and just take out a piece like this. And yeah. Boy.
So what does that look like?
It look more like a bun cake.
Pepperoni. Hello, everyone.
Pepperoni, howdy.
How you doing, pizza? Pepperoni.
How you doing, GPT?
Well, I'm at work, and I just wanted to know if you turned on the buy button on the hedge fund. So
Gotcha. Is that the triangles of the fractals? Is that what he's trying to do?
I don't know.
I'm lost now. I have no idea what's going on.
I'm so lost. Normally, if somebody puts a hole in a pumpkin pie, it's to get to third base.
Damn it, pirate! Take the wheel.
Pirate,
No,
we've
it's
lost
just-
ourselves. Take the
It's
wheel.
one of those things that just it just triggers people. That's why KC gets a kick out of it, because people who are analytical or attention deficit disorder, or excuse me, OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, you know, they want to see, not only do they want to see it sliced like a pizza, but they want to see each slice to be the same size. They become very anal about those things. So if you want to set off a bunch of people, just do something that breaks that norm. And I think that's why Casey gets a kick out of it, because he's that guy. He probably has he's probably got a dial indicator and a divider out when he hot carbs up a pie.
No, I don't.
You're right. You know what we should do? Somebody take a picture. Start eating from the middle, like with a spoon. Start digging in the middle. Start eating and then going back. That would piss everybody off.
Look. Here's
KC,
here's how I
you're
see
not
this.
telling us.
This is the way.
Please tell us.
Wait, hold on. This is the way I see this. So I don't know about you guys, but I never, ever eat this portion right here. Like, that is like the grossest part of a pumpkin pie to me in the entire world. Yeah, unless it's made. I mean, I don't think I've ever had one that's good before. So, and in fact, there's probably a good portion of this, probably right up to about right here, that's probably not even just worth eating at all.
Yeah, I don't either. I nibble the pie off of it, and that goes in the trash. Yeah,
and everything else is acceptable, right? Like all of this, this is the junk right here. This is the stuff that I like the most, right? And so, like, I don't even see the point in cutting it around the edges. Just take it out here.
You remind me of my best friend. My best friend growing up through high school. He would order a medium pizza. His mom would, and then he would take a piece of pizza, and he'd eat the end off of the point, and maybe one more, and then he'd say he was done with it. He wanted another one. And when he was done eating, you could put the whole pizza back together, and all was missing was the center of it. He used to piss his brother off to no end.
I actually love crust on a pizza. That's not something I would ever throw away on a pizza.
I don't like those kind of dry crust either.
But I don't like this.
He said he loves crust.
I believe sensor content, just put something in the bubble. That's very important. So we've been discovered, Casey. All of us, we've been discovered. Someone figured this out.
Oh,
they are calling us by our rightful name.
Sensor content. Okay, he put it in there.
Hold on a second.
Oh yeah, you're on the list, Casey. You're a grifter.
Yep.
Nice, man. Are you on the SEC's most wanted criminals?
You're the bottom. You're the last grifter, so the least important. But
yay!
But you are there. You're in the collage of grifters.
You made the cut, man. It's like being on the Forbes 500 magazine. People.
Yeah.
And don't ask me how I have easy access to that.
How do you have easy access to that? No.
Okay. Well, I saved it because I thought it was funny. I'm like, this is funny. And so it's actually, I got it saved in a file right on my, it's right on my computer on my main screen.
Yeah.
The file. I'm like, I can pull it up whenever.
KC, now I'm quite certain that you'll eat the entire crust if it's a graham cracker crust.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like on a cherry cheesecake or something. Then that crust gets left behind.
There's no left behind on that.
I'm with you on this.
Yeah.
We are a united front on this. On this, we can agree. Yeah. That pie crust for the pie, the standard pie crust is like eating a mouthful of drywall dust. It's just bland. No, thank you.
Is there a possibility that you can actually bake a pie, like a pumpkin pie, without the crust? Like
of course,
crust around it.
Soggy.
I mean,
it would probably burn the pumpkin on the bottom of the pan.
Just open up the can and eat it out of there.
No, I'm saying you could put the crust underneath, but all around the edge, like the
skip
flatter,
it. Skip it.
Yeah, skip the whole side.
Yeah.
No overhang.
Yeah.
Yeah, no overhang.
The cantilevered portion.
No
Yes.
crumbs, huh? Hmm.
Why don't you just put an ice wall around it?
I don't see
no
why you
ice wall
couldn't.
around it is. So why, if people don't, like 90% of people don't eat that, or they're like forced to eat it just because it's on their plate? Why have we not stopped making that crust?
I don't know, man. Got me. Some people like it. And I don't even think less of them for it. I mean, if you like it, you like it. I mean, that's no problem. Whatever. I mean, there's got to be somebody out there who likes it.
I don't like it. You gotta have like
Who was that?
You gotta have like
That was
a bottle of
rugged.
water right next to you if you're gonna eat that. It's so dry.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
It reminds me of the Jerry Seinfeld episode where they were eating this. They would buy a muffin. They would buy the muffin, but only eat the top off of the blueberry muffin, and then they wouldn't eat the stumps. So they gave all the stumps to the local food shelter, and they shamed them because they knew. Yeah, it was very funny.
Tendy's plus is dying, guys. He's hurt.
Muffin tops, yeah. Mm.
He's hurt on the
That's all
inside.
there is. Muffin tops.
Oh, sorry. Why? She likes.
Tendy's.
I don't know. It has a
He's
picture of a she.
He's a crusty.
He's
He's a crusty. You know they got the
Damn it.
Taylor Swift as a Swifties. He's a crusty. He likes those pie crust that hang over there.
I mean,
Come on, Yucca.
there's people
Tendy's
like
plus
that.
Plus is a man.
I mean, if you think about it, there's some people out there who like burnt toast. I think it's horrible. I can't imagine eating burnt toast. Now, there's no way in hell I'm putting that in my mouth. So you know,
The worst
I eat the hell
smell.
out of it. I eat the hell out of it, and Mrs. Pirate can't stand it.
some people
The
love
worst
burnt
smell
toast. Some people hate it.
Casey, I don't know if you have burned a tortilla. That's like the worst.
I
It
have.
goes all over
I
the
have, yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's disgusting.
It's devastating when it happens.
What's worse is you microwave popcorn and you leave it in there too long.
Oh yeah, that's bad
kills
too.
the whole house.
You know, some people like that though.
You know, I've
some
had-
people like burnt. Well, well, I won't say that. I mean, you never know. Some people like some weird shit, guys. You never know. You know, so that's probably why it's not taken off anymore. There's like I said, it's like the people who like cranberry. You know, it's like there's always that like one or two people in the family who wants that cranberry sauce every damn year, and nobody wants it but those two people, and so they end up making like a full-on dish out of cranberry.
We don't have it. If we don't have it in our house, there's hell to pay.
And it's like there's so much left over of that cranberry. It really, you know what it reminds me of, that cranberry? It reminds me when they order when you have a work party and then they order a vegetarian pizza, and there's like one slice gone. And they buy like two pizzas of that, you know, maybe 4 or 5 pizzas of the pepperoni, you know, and and then maybe one full cheese pizza, and there'll always be like one slice gone out of the cheese pizza, 1 or 2 slices out of the vegetarian, and there'll be like so much left over, and all the pepperoni's gone. And it's like, just stop. Don't buy 2 veg. If you are a supervisor and you're buying more than 1 vegetarian pizza, stop. Just stop. Nobody wants that shit. Just say.
Suck toes.
Nobody wants that stuff. Stop it.
Who likes to suck on toes?
Mm-mm. Pass.
Well, Nana's asking.
Jay,
Or
Jay's
she's not
down.
asking, she's saying.
Jay's down. Jay's like all over it. Like, hey, let's go, Nana.
You know, I like to say something. You know, I managed this building. I don't know how a mouse or a rat got into one of the apartments. People like to leave their door open in the middle of the night. They just leave it open.
That's not good.
You don't know outside. People freak. So we had a rat that got into the building, and finally, I don't know how it got into somebody's stove. Like at the bottom, you know how it went in the bottom.
The pan holder.
Where the yes. And they decided the boiler. And they decided to turn it on. It lit up that rat up, and they were like, "What is that smell?" And started cooking it. until later they realized that it was a rat, but it stank the whole building, man. It was horrible. It's in the
Tell
same
me,
level.
what was the aroma? What did it smell like?
Oh man, I don't know. It's like
give us
it's just horror. It's just a.
Can we go back to
I don't
crust?
know, it
Let's
was-
go back to crust.
Yeah, it was just. It's in the
Why
same.
did he? Why did
right there with
why
that
did the
burnt
rat
tortilla.
commit? Why did the rat commit suicide though? I mean, he went in, and when it started getting warm, he couldn't just leave. I mean, I don't understand why he hung around for the party.
I have no clue. And then we went over
Now,
there.
if they had a big block of like rat poisoning under there, and he went in there and ate it and then died
It
there.
must have been.
But
it must
he would have
been
started.
that.
He would have started cooking off. He would have started cooking off long before they used the stove. Well, maybe not if they were real regular with the stove action, I guess. But yeah,
Unless they.
I can imagine. I can imagine it's going to take more than a few of those little green Christmas tree air fresheners to bring that place back around.
Oh yeah, it was. It was for days. Oh my god, you would pass by that area for days. Yeah, let's go back to the crust talk.
I'd like everyone to just mail me their crust.
What the
Well,
hell?
I got some crust in my underwear. Oh, never mind. We'll talk about that later.
Censored, is that you
Nasty.
playing that, or is this real rugged saying things? Because I can't
I'm not
tell.
playing nothing.
That's real rugged. That's real rugged.
Why does your voice sound different today, Rugged? What's going on, man? You okay?
I'm on my phone right
He got
now.
a voice machine. He's got a
Right.
voice machine too, man.
No, no.
I didn't want to tell you, JC. He told me he's sworn to secrecy, but he's got his muzzle on today.
There's something different about his voice today. I don't know what it is, but it's
He's really a 22-year-old. He's really a 22-year-old young girl. He's just got one of those voice boxes to disguise his. He's catfishing us. He's catfishing everybody.
That's right. He's always talking about his wife, my wife, my wife.
Wife, yeah.
He finally hit puberty. That's what's going on.
My son said, Dad, you know, all those people on the internet there, your little friends, they're not all who they say they are. And all I can remember thinking was, dear God, I hope not.
No. I'm real.
I guess
I'm so real.
Nobody got the
I've
joke.
got
I'll mark
pictures
that
to
one
prove
down
it.
as a big failure. Yeah, the punchline was we're pretty fucked up in here, and I hope we're not like this in real life. But it was a shitty punchline, I guess.
Well, Casey is like this in real life. He said this is how he is.
No. If you meet KC in real life, he'll hand you a broken mug.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a
He's like,
six pack of Bud Light.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Just ask Danny.
Danny knows.
I remain convinced that Yucca is just AI, that artificial intelligence. I don't even think he's a real person. He's just some box of hard drives and video cards hooked into a computer in Elon Musk's basement somewhere, generating all sorts of photographs and sounds,
gone rogue.
memories, all those memories, everything. He's not even real. I'm certain of it.
It's because he believes in things like.
30 now, right?
It's because he believes in things like flat Earth and the firmament and things that are confined by a computer's limited knowledge of what the world is around it.
No way, Yucca's a real person. I know Yucca's a real person. I seen pictures of him at an airport with Hayden. I'm like, did you? What did you really see? I saw two guys sitting together at a table.
Actually,
how do you know any of that's what they say?
That's true. I mean, Hayden did see a yucca. He saw him. I mean, he said he saw a yucca.
And isn't that
in the wild?
Isn't that odd too? That Hayden is a pilot. Isn't that odd?
It is.
What are
odd.
the chances of
me
being a flat Earth?
They're both just products of artificial intelligence. These guys are just little dots, ones and zeros, just bits that are flying through the ether. They don't even exist. It's all just a fugazi.
Well, Pirate, guess what? You can fugazi on this, buddy. I'm real and I got a fat face. The video is on. Hello.
No, Jay, Hayden is not a flat earther.
Yeah, yes. No, yes. Come
No,
on.
he's not.
Don't you remember, Casey? He is. He was one of those guys that he was afraid he was going to lose his job. You didn't hear? Absolutely.
Yeah,
did.
and
you
he's
see him again. You make sure that you tell him that KC and Pirate told you that he is a flat earther.
Yeah, and he's also said that he's seen unidentified flying objects, and that in one instance the object came close enough to where it looked like a lizard person. So he believes that they're not really coming from above; they're coming from below.
Ooh, I think they're coming
they
from
get
below.
paid. All of those pilots. That's why all those pilots have fat bank accounts. They all get a stipend to keep mum. To hushes the word with the flat Earth,
Mhm.
and he's seen it with his very own eyes. That when he gets to the edge, he turns around and comes back, and he's got everything. He's got all the evidence, but he makes fat cash by keeping it on the down low. So make sure when you get with him, you share with him all of your theories on flat Earth. He'll be happy to chime in with you.
Oh yeah. And look, Casey, I'm wearing a shirt today.
I don't want to.
Casey,
I don't want to switch over.
No. But check this out. You know,
Look at me.
I'm gonna give everybody a clue.
Okay, a clue.
You know,
This is a game.
Yeah, a
I
clue.
hate that game, by the way.
It's a game.
I hate that game with a passion.
It's been a game from the. It's a game from the. You know.
I refuse to play that
Aiden,
clue game.
He says. Have you seen the Clue the movie?
No.
Oh wow! Do
I
you
don't
see
think
the
I did.
banana? Wow.
No. So here, look. Everybody gets to choose two things. Either either the Earth is flat or the Earth is a ball.
Or.
What about the third choice? What about the third choice?
What's that?
Wait a minute.
Oh, we have a new choice now because one of them didn't work before. Okay, what's the new choice?
I don't get it.
The choice is you make it up because you have your own mind.
I'm so
you don't need to-
disappointed in you guys. You guys
don't
let
need
me
to
down
let-
every day. Do you not remember the paper towel theory? We covered this, man. This was year one of your college here. We went through the whole Earth it is round, but it's like a toilet paper roll. The roll that's left over. We covered this ground last semester.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I don't mean to change the subject, but Pantheon shared that Lou was when you gave Adam Aaron a broken mug in the bubble and took a picture. Lou was there? Really?
No.
Pantheon just put that in there.
No, that's from last Thanksgiving.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, you went down and took a stroll in memory lane. That's what happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So did you get it? The third choice is you decide. You make. Don't say it's flat. Don't say it's round.
Yeah.
What do you think it is? Because you've never seen it from out of space.
Well, I have been on international flights before, and those
No.
international flights are pretty. They do go up pretty high.
No, you've never.
And
Have you seen the whole planet though? Like you know.
no, nobody could. That would be
He's
impossible for
making-
anybody to
he's
see.
making allowances. He's making allowances that it could be a big hump, like the Earth could be shaped like the igloo.
Yeah.
The Earth could be shaped like an igloo, and that's what you saw.
Come on,
Because he's
Casey.
insisting because you couldn't see the entire sphere at one time. You could only see the arch. So then what the only thing it can be is that the Earth is shaped like the igloo. There you go.
But even
Flat
our
on the bottom
pilot
and
friend
humped
has
on the top.
admitted that they fly a curved flight. They don't even fly straight. They fly a curved flight. Maybe that's why you're seeing a curve.
I'm just saying. That's the third option.
And when you
Don't
run
let
circles, do
anybody
you
tell
see
you what it
circles? When you run a curved line, do you see a curved land around you?
You know, just like they've told us, there is no synthetic.
guys, we should ask the pilot. The guy that flies all the time. Where is he?
Here, yeah,
No, I
he,
can't. He's not.
He's
The
having
program
lunch
is
with
down
John
there.
F. Kennedy. He's having lunch with John F. Kennedy Jr.'s back, and they're having lunch today. So
Yeah.
with Elvis, with Elvis.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now he must sure took your chewing gum to a whole nother level.
Mm.
If he's having dinner with with Kennedy, yeah.
what did you guys see the stuff about the return of JFK Jr.? Have you been seeing some of this like
That's what I was
conspiracy
making
theory?
fun of.
Have you been
That's
seeing
what
some of this stuff?
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was making fun of.
I don't like what is going on here. Why? What is the deal? Why is everybody like?
AI.
What is going on with this stuff?
People are easy, man. People are.
Why?
People are, it gives me concern the level of people who buy in, to use a poker term. They buy in, man.
It's kind of concerning a little bit when everything rational. I don't know, man. It's scaring me. It's scaring me, man. It's scaring me
What if it
because
never existed? What if that guy never existed?
I don't know, man. I don't like living my life in a place where
that they succumb that easily. Yeah.
I don't like living in a world where you can't answer questions because you want to just say what if all the time. I like answers, and so it's difficult for me to live in that make believe. Now don't get me wrong, I do like to go down that road, but once I've answered the question, I'm done. I don't need to revisit again unless there's like a major breakthrough that discredits whatever it is that found out the original answer. Right? Like, so
Isn't that the definition of like settled science? Don't they call that? Isn't it called settled science?
well, until it's not.
It's like
I mean,
case law. It's like case law in the legal world. There are certain things that are considered factual, and they're not. They're no longer worthy of debate. So you move on to spending your time on more fruitful endeavors.
yeah, and it's just, but it just really kind of, it worries me though with things like, like trying to bring people back from the dead and saying like they weren't dead the whole time, they were alive now. And
I think Michael Jackson and Prince are still alive.
What, they got like a condo in Boca Raton?
well, we might as well say Elvis. You might as
playing pickleball with Elvis. Yeah.
you might as well include Elvis in that.
These weird deaths that occur, I think they just paid large sums of money and said, take me to the other side take me beyond the ice wall where there's other continents. I want to live over there.
Why don't you just do it? I mean, if you're, I guess that's what I would feel like, right? Like if I truly and honestly didn't know the answer to something and I felt like there was something there, like a real mystery, I would go
look over the hill.
Yeah, I would go look over. I'm the kind of person where it's like, I want to know the answer. Go look over the hill. Yeah. Like, why don't you make an endeavor if you're going to actually theorize about it that much and think that it's a possibility? Then go find it. Go freaking find it and show and prove that it's either right or it's wrong one way or the other. And change history or don't. Right? Like either prove it wrong.
That's a common thread.
We can't go to over. We can't. We're gonna get shot, Casey.
You can, but you don't want to. You just want to continue to believe that there's something different.
Well, they've told us you cannot go beyond.
It's like Area 51.
So let me ask you a question, Yucca. If they told you that the Earth was flat, right, or if they told you the Earth was round and you didn't believe it, if they told you that they're going to shoot you if you go over there and look, then would you believe that too?
Yeah.
Why? If they're lying about it being flat, then they're not going to shoot you. They're just threatening you, so you don't go look. So go look. Oh.
I'm not gonna go over there and look.
Why not? Be adventurous and actually find something amazing and come back with a story that nobody else has had.
It takes money.
It takes adventure.
Isn't that one of the common threads? Isn't that one of the common threads with a lot of those foolish conspiracy theories, is that they're structured in a way that makes them really hard to disprove as well. And that's one of the three legs that their stool stands on, that because you can't
I have a theory.
definitively prove
This
that they're wrong.
This is
so they run with
storytelling.
it, you know.
Storytelling of the past used to be different because it was
Modern day. Yep, I would agree with you.
it was
Modern day,
outrageous
modern day, yeah.
fairy tale telling, right? This is current day storytelling. This is what it is. This is what it means to be a storyteller nowadays, is where you come up with this like fantasized other reality, and then you use the portion of what other people are saying to build on it and try and grow it to something that it's not. And that's how fairy tales are started, right? They're started from culture.
Wow.
This is
We're
this
not
is all about
lizard people.
this is all about
I mean, we're not
storytelling.
lizard people.
This is all about storytelling. That's what it is.
Well, it's the same. It's in the same area, or it's in the same pot as we're waiting for a squeeze, which is not guaranteed, but it's the same thing. That's how we're being.
But we've seen it. But we've seen it though. We've seen it. We've seen it with our. We've seen it with our own eyes happen before.
Yes, but a squeeze that's like $70. But we're talking about.
No. We're talking about GME. I'm talking about GME.
Yeah. Like okay, so that's like $500. What was it? Like
you're playing that off as if it was nothing, and they literally made a movie about it.
Get used to it. It's 570.
They literally made a movie about it.
Yeah, it's
and you're acting but you're acting like it didn't happen. You're acting like it's like a myth or a folklore, like it's flat Earth, and it's not.
No,
it happened.
What I'm talking about, what I'm talking about, how we're creating like stories that we might see numbers of like 2, 3, 4, 5,000 per share.
Let me ask you this, Yucca. Who would you give more validity to? Who would you throw your lot in with? Someone you knew in your personal life that you respected, or what you read on the internet? If you had to choose between one of those two sources, which one would ultimately be the one you would gravitate towards? I should have prefaced it by saying the person in your family has intimate knowledge, firsthand knowledge of a subject. Would you be more inclined to believe them or the internet if it came down to one or the other?
I would have to weigh in.
That's amazing to me.
I would have to weigh in the subject, because because if it's an older person that has lived longer,
exactly. Assume the best.
No,
assume all of those things are yes.
Not at all. That's not where I'm going with that. What I'm saying is, somebody that has lived older is stuck on that subject and has been brainwashed, and it believes that for years, and it's stubborn and will not want to even consider it or look beyond, because it just doesn't want to bother with it. So it depends on the subject. If they're a master of their trade,
I'm just saying,
if they're a master of their trade, then yes, I would believe them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's just assume that your family member had already looked over the hill. He already went with his own eyes and saw what was over this metaphorical hill.
I would.
So all things being equal, if he had an opinion on the subject, but the internet was the polar opposite of his, you would concede that your family member who had seen it with the first eye. Okay, I was just curious. Because there seems to be this younger generation seems to have I may be wrong, but a propensity to think that the internet is the end all, beat all, final authority on all subjects, and in spite of real world people walking around. Case in point. Yeah. Well, no, I was going to get political with something, but I won't. To keep it fun, I'll stay away from it. Yeah.
Numbers.
Yeah. Numbers time. Let's do it. I gotta go brine some turkeys here. All right, taking you guys over to the other page.
I'm sorry, it was just that time. So
no, that's good.
Didn't mean to cut anybody off.
No, I'm done. I'm done with that. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to log into my broker to. Oh.
Flat or round? I didn't got the picture.
What's up?
Is the earth flat or round? I can't seem to wrap my mind around it.
Let me ask you. Let me ask
We're
you.
done with it.
Let me ask you a question. Back pepperoni. Is a pizza flat or round?
It's flat.
It depends on your
But
perspective.
you can also have a calzone.
It depends on your.
round.
Would you agree if I said it depends on your perspective?
Yes.
Because when
So
you
I meant
when you
only-
when you first
But it's different to be flat. Round and an orb is two different things.
when you first start making pizzas, what do they start out as?
I'm going to make a round pizza. I'm going to make a round pizza in a moment, okay? I'm going to put it in the bubble.
Yeah.
I want numbers.
Well, you do. You're actually making a really good point there. You're starting out with a round piece of dough, right? Before you go to make your pizza. So even though from your perspective at the end the pizza's flat, initially it was round, right?
It was an orb.
Yeah.
That's just like saying some women's asses are round and some are flat.
What I'm trying to say is that it's all about perspective, right? Like how you want to look at things from your perspective is you have to figure out a way to be able to look at things from a different
You're
perspective.
splitting hairs about the definition of a word, though. You're splitting hairs with the definition of a word. They use the word round, but what people mean is an orb
Yeah.
or a globe.
Yeah, I know.
So it's
All right, let's do these numbers. I can't wait. Let's do these numbers here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect off exchange to be somewhere around 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We got 57.3% going. Actually, did I refresh this? Hold on a second. Yeah, 53.7% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.53%. The combined total on that 66.83%. That's approximately 3.83% more than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,333 shares, nothing unusual there. GME's CHX volume for the day today is 200, nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 244,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. That number is now sitting at 108,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to come down a little bit more to 9.07%. Cost to borrow min is at negative 0.2. Average is 1.37. Max 6.91. A lot of times people ask me questions about how could you have a negative cost to borrow min, and oftentimes I think it's kind of a data reporting error that occurs when there's shares that are returned on the same day. We've seen a lot of borrowed and returned shares today as the day has continued on, so I think that's what I would attribute that to. Shares on loan right now is sitting at 13.1 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease by 280,000 shares. Ortex has estimated that 94,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at the highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, it's been at a $7 strike with approximately 14,000 contracts within the last hour. It's now 15.7 thousand contracts on puts. Highest amount of puts is at volume was at a $6.50 strike an hour ago with 5.5 thousand contracts. It's now 6.6. Market is still suggesting a closing price between 6.5 and 7 by the end of the day today. I was projecting for a 7:01 close, which means if we close at 6:59, I'll be off by 2 cents. I will be super pissed because I had 6:59 for my, or actually I had 6:58 for my original prediction. I won't be pissed if it's 6:59. I'll only be pissed if it's 6:58. Taking a look at the rest of the numbers here. MMRI earlier this morning, an hour ago at least, was 286.06. It's now 286.27. We're actually kind of seeing a slowdown on movement on this, although it was extremely wild movement. We've seen this number jumping all over the place from 281 up to 290 for a while. You can see there's quite a lot of volatility on the 2-year, 10-year yields. Also, the DXY has been moving pretty significantly, or large quantities as well, which affects the MMRI calculation. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has been second to last on this list most of the day today. Now it's last on the list, but we still have a nice 69.09 or 69.06% buy ratio, nice, to 30.94% selling. Jimmy is not on the list here. As volume slows down, we may end up seeing AMC falling off that list of most heavily traded stocks. SSR trips at $5.99. Shares available to Borrow is at 5.7 million shares. No change within this last hour. Fees are at 1% currently. For the day today, we've seen in total 4.5 million shares borrowed so far compared to the 800,000 shares borrowed yesterday. Taking a look at the different indexes, NASDAQ is up 0.61, Dow Jones is up 0.53, and the S&P 500 is up 0.45. We have 3,668 advancers to 2,303 decliners. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Biggest of the bank movers, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. We have FRC up 13.33. I don't know why I can't seem to grab this. There we go. A lot of the banks are starting to turn red now. They were mostly green earlier this morning. There's only two, I think, that were red. So we're seeing a little bit of a flippening in price movement on some of the banks. Nothing else to shout out, though. Ethereum Classic is up 0.91 and still trending up slightly. DXY is up 0.4 and trending down. Oil is down 0.72 and took a hard trend up earlier, still trending up from that move from a consolidation period. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.17 and starting to trend down. At least for BlackRock, it's trending down. Vanguard's is consolidating. SPY is up 0.44 and starting to move into a period of consolidation. VIX is down 3.07, really low numbers right now, 12.94 and consolidating. VBR is up 0.55 and starting to trend down. VB is up 0.55, trending down. Tesla is down 3.42 and consolidating. Amazon is up 2.15 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.96 and trending down. Doge is up 0.94, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.51 and consolidating. GME is down 0.84 and trending down. HYMC is down 6.57 and trending. Actually, it's starting to consolidate after a trend down. NCMI is up 0.36 and starting to trend down. Hood is up 1.44 and trending up, and AMC is up 5.3 and starting to trend down after its trend up earlier this morning. And we are now showing more outflow than inflow this morning, or this afternoon, I guess now, with $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.75 million shares traded so far for the day after 220 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 22.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.12, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.58, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 66.05, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 50.77, which is average. And with that, I do have some news here. They're just throwing out more AMC hitting 52-week low number reports. We're getting a little bit of... I know we're in a current downtrend, but it does also look like there might be a little bit of consolidation if we can get a bounce off of $7 here.
I got a text from a friend that said there's a car bomb explosion.
Uh-oh. Where?
In New York. Yeah, in New York. But I told him, send me the source, damn it.
That's not good.
Because I went to look. I went searching for it, and I don't see anything.
One of the first places you guys are going to dog on me for this, but I don't care, whatever. I like Reddit. Reddit's usually really, really, really good about, like, if you go to specifically popular and then search by newest. Very, very oftentimes that ends up being a lot of late breaking news will show up there.
Oh, Twitter.
No,
Twitter.
Reddit. Twitter. I don't know. I feel like I get better stuff from Reddit, but I mean that's just me. Twitter, I feels very I don't know.
Yeah, so I got a link from Twitter. That's where he sent me. Acid base. What the hell is that?
I'm not.
Oh, there's a video.
Let's see here.
Oh.
Why can't I search popular?
Rainbow Bridge. Niagara Falls.
There's two different ways to search on Reddit. You can search hot or new. Sometimes new is best. Not always. Must not be making very much news because I'm looking through here and I don't see anything right now. Let me try a different search here real quick.
Yeah. And it was yeah, it was 50 minutes ago. It should have already been.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just looking. I'm looking through Reddit. I don't see anything yet here. Well, let's try another one of my favorites is Google.
Car explosion. Yeah.
Take a peek
Not
and
a
see
big
if there's
deal.
anything on the, see if it's on the BBC. I don't see anything on the mainstream news yet.
Maybe it's just not a big deal. Nothing to worry about.
No, there's no a car bomb in New York City would be major news.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well, he said Niagara Falls, didn't he?
Yeah.
said 10D said one in Canada and one in New York. I don't know what his source is. WKBW Buffalo News, according to Richard. Border checkpoint car, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Fox News has got a live camera crew at Niagara Falls. Well done, man. Whoever caught that first, they're on it, man, with their breaking
Yeah,
news.
this is real, but it's not very good, dude.
Explosion at the Rainbow Bridge in Buffalo, New York.
What about the Canada one?
Rainbow, Niagara Falls would be Canada. One side of the falls is Canadian, one side of the falls is belongs to the United States, I think. I haven't been there, but I'm almost certain that's how that works.
Okay. How many casualties? Any casualties?
I'm just giving you what I come across right now. It's just the shaky
Yes, sir.
live cam.
Well, you know what this means without saying it on live.
What does that mean?
That doesn't really.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know that means
It's
anything.
just it's hitting home. I mean, I mean, it's proof that the people who are screaming about security at the border and all of that. I mean, to some extent, it's going to add fuel to that argument. But as far as world politics go, we're not going to enter World War III because somebody blew up a bomb at a toll bridge and went into Canada. I shared yesterday. You weren't here, but we've had U.S. forces engaged in harassing fire in Iraq now for weeks, and I think an American unit drew blood. Even though they didn't shoot first, I think there was a conflict or there was some active engagement in the last few days, but that's a lot of times that stuff happens frequently. You just don't hear about it. So I wouldn't run around with my hair on fire just yet. Well, for what it's worth, they didn't linger on the live feed long. They've moved on to other stories. I can't help but think it might not be as bad as people would anticipate. So I'll say no more of it. If I see anything, I'll let you know.
Yes, sir. I don't want to feed into it too much either, but if it's true and it's on U.S. soil, well, they got to figure it out. And I hope it ain't propaganda to prop up something else that's a lie. Pictures in Discord, KC. Where at? Oh, I mean, not KC. Tendies.
General. It says general.
Instagram. That's where I go for my news. It's first place to get pictures.
Well, this could be instituted as terrorist attacks, but I don't want to
I don't know
read too
why.
much into it. But
yeah, I wouldn't. Don't jump to conclusions like that. That's like it's way too soon to jump to
yeah,
conclusions.
that's why I said we don't know, but it could be instituted or deemed as that. There was a lot of chatter going on during the holidays that we could get cell Hamas attacks. So I don't know what that entitles to.
The
but
pictures,
that's what I've been hearing.
the pictures I'm seeing right here don't even. I mean, they. The longer you look at them, the less damage it looks like there really has been caused by these quote unquote explosions. So I'm not seeing like there's.
I wouldn't think there's any. I don't think the story has any legs to it. Mainstream media. I've looked at all 5 or 6 of the major sources. None of those are picking up on it. And for something that juicy, it would be all over the place by now. So
I'm seeing
it's probably somebody's making a mountain out of a molehill.
I'm seeing glass in place where. I'm seeing glass in place where the explosion occurred and it's not even broken. So,
yeah. Let's throw the bullshit flag. We'll throw the bullshit flag on that one.
Car was loaded down with AMC fake shares. It spontaneously combusted. There were so many. It wasn't an explosion. It was just a general lighting of shares on fire.
You don't have to be an EOD, or which stands for explosive ordnance disposal, the bomb technicians. You don't have to be one of those guys to know that a terrorist bomb leaves a crater. It doesn't even leave enough of the car it takes forensic scientists to figure out everything about it because of the size. So just because somebody's car blew up at a checkpoint, somebody's making too much drama.
Imagine what would happen if somebody were carrying a propane tank in their car and something bad happened in there. It'll look like a bomb.
Well, somebody else said it could have been as much as an electric car. I forget who it was. Tendies or somebody said it could have been just a battery in a Tesla going up. But it really could be. Any number of things.
Yeah.
It's just a news cycle. It's all about eyes. Advertising dollars follow clicks or views, eyeballs. Whoever has the eyeballs on them gets the advertising dollar. So, that's why there's always this run. It's just mad dash to be first, with whatever the flavor of the day is.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's a riot.
AMC gets a lot of this too. I mean, we see a lot of people who try to rush to try and put out information.
Absolutely.
And
Well, in some circles, the need to be first is misunderstood as being is more important than accurate. You know, that's like there's a certain amount of attaboys that come along with being the first guy, like you're on the cutting edge, the first one to know about it, and a certain group of people probably put more, give more stock in that than they do someone who's factual 100% of the time. It's understandable, I guess.
Well, I think it's time to go brine some turkeys.
All right. Let's go.
Did you guys like today's song? I actually think it's the first time I ever heard it. I don't think I'd ever heard Adam Sandler's turkey song before. I've heard his Hanukkah song plenty of times.
You couldn't play. You told me you couldn't play Adam Sandler's piece of shit car because it would get it was against the rules, copyright protected. But then you played an Adam Sandler song today, so I think I've been jilted.
When did I say that? Oh, wait. Are you talking about one of his skits that he did for like a Saturday Night Live thing, or?
No, it's a song he recorded called "Piece of Shit Car."
Oh, well, then that's different.
And I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. You never actually said you couldn't.
Oh.
Just despite my beggings, you never came around to it. So
Well,
I'm kind of stretching the truth a little bit there.
If it's a Saturday Night Live skit or something like that, sometimes it does get a little sketchy to play. But I wouldn't see why I wouldn't play that. I don't know.
Well,
I may have watched it and thought it was stupid and was like, I'm just gonna tell him I can't play it.
Right on.
I don't know. I can't recall what it is. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'd have to go look at it.
I don't even know for sure if the name of the song's "Piece of Shit Car." I just know it's a terribly funny song. It's an homage to him driving a junky car, and I think all of us who've come from humble beginnings know what it's like to struggle through that phase where it's quite literally a piece of shit car. And he did a masterful job of exploring the topic in a very, very funny song. So.
Well, KC and community, from my family to your family, have a great Thanksgiving holiday.
Yes.
Get your fill up. And I love each and every one of you. Let's keep holding. Let's not let them shake us out of the tree. We know what we hold. Let's hold.
Yes. Everybody who's listening right now, all of you guys, I hope you have a blessed and wonderful Thanksgiving as you recall what it is that you're thankful for. And I'm going to toast out to you guys and say happy Thanksgiving. Be safe, be careful, enjoy your time with your families. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Oh, here.
That was a pretty damn good clink.
Now go bask in those turkeys. No.
That's right. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to go reach inside some turkeys right now. And Rugged's like, oh, yeah.
Enjoy, KC. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. See you guys later.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Later. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Alrighty, guys. Well, it's that time only because I say it's that time. May you guys, well, you know what it is. It's that time of the day. It's that time of the day because I say it's that time of the day. Only because I say it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is not a trading day. It's a day for you to spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, I know you're going to have some time off, so go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good Thanksgiving. Have a great one. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
They want to hear the Thanksgiving song. All right. This is a Thanksgiving song. I hope you enjoy it. Love to eat turkey. Love to eat turkey. Oh, I love you. Love to eat turkey, 'cause it's good. Love to eat turkey like a good boy should, 'cause it's turkey to eat. So good. That clapping's messing my head up, man. I appreciate it, but I was trying to think of the next line. I'm like, all I hear is clapping. Here we go. Thanks anyways. Turkey for me, turkey for you. Let's eat the turkey in my big brown shoe. Love to eat the turkey at the table. I once saw a movie with Betty Grable. Eat that turkey all night long. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. Turkey lurkey do and turkey lurkey dap. I eat that turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to say dynamite. That's right. Turkey with gravy and cranberry. Can't believe the Mets traded Darryl Strawberry. Turkey for you and turkey for me. Can't believe Tyson gave that girl BD. White meat, dark meat, you just can't lose. I fell off my moped and I got a bruise. Turkey in the oven and the buns in the toaster. I'll never take down my Cheryl Teague's poster. Wrap the turkey up in aluminum foil. My brother likes to masturbate with baby oil. Turkey and sweet potato pie. Sammy Davis Jr. only had one eye. Oh, turkey for the girls and turkey for the boys. My favorite kind of pants are corduroys. Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle. I wish turkey only cost a nickel. Oh, I love turkey on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.